MGS2. Oh! Oh! Oh!
What a load of bullshit.
There we go. There we go. Now, before we do anything, let me go into my options here. We will go from quick change to previous. So we get to do some fancy weapon and item switches. And I just want to see if I have a completed file. Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, plant cleared and an extreme file as well. Perfect. I'll probably switch to a new game file when I get to the plant, if we have these stupid fucking glasses on. But I'll deal with it for the tanker. And it's the tanker that has all the NG plus thoughts anyway. And yeah, I'll talk about that when I get into it. So yeah, we'll go for the completed file. Yeah, I live in the future. We will go with Tanker Plant to start with. Bom bom bakadoon chin chicka bom bakabada. Oh yeah, you get to just pick difficulty again anyway, of course. Extreme. Let's play with the radar. Type 2. Not game over if discovered. Let's do it.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Whoop!
He's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
Could one of the mods change the title to MGS2? If possible.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
It's okay, I got it.
Flirting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's
No doubt about
141.12.
it. How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's
No
a frequency
doubt
set
about
aside
it.
for it. 140.96.
That makes sense.
Sorry, but no mailing this time.
I'll get right
Call
on
me on the
it.
codec when you want to save.
I'll get right on it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch. Joking.
I'll be in touch. You gotta be joking. All right. Am I wearing the shades? Oh, fuck. Although, no, of course, we would have seen the shades in the scene, right? Yeah, we should be able to get the NG Plus thoughts. Okay, so we'll take our time here. Investigate the deck of the tanker here. All the amazing rain effects. Draw this guy down. Get a unique little scene here if we get spotted by him. What do the shades do? They make you look cool. Snake gets cool shades and Raiden gets goofy shades on NG+. You know, I actually forget. Do you get the, do you always get the shades on your second NG Plus run? And then it just alternates from that point on with each playthrough. Like one playthrough will have the shades, the next playthrough won't. And then it just keeps alternating. That is how it works, right? Yeah, usually I play on new games, so I forget certain things about NG Plus. Don't come back this way, okay. One interesting little detail right from the offset here is the name of the tanker, Discovery, which is the same name that's given to the submarine that you ride in on at the start of MGS1. And in MGS1, it's another little callback to 2001: A Space Odyssey. But it's just interesting to me because the only line that ever references the name of the Discovery in MGS1 is that optional line at the start of the game when Snake references his VR training. You know, that line, thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. I think that's the only time you ever hear it mentioned in dialogue. And again, it just makes me think of this game and the whole story around VR and Raiden's VR and the mysteries regarding, you know, what he experienced in VR and whether the tanker we played is actually what really happened and, you know, all that stuff. But maybe that has nothing to do with why they named it the Discovery. Maybe they just wanted to have a little nod back to MGS1 and by extension 2001. Hal and Dave, that's a good one. We get introduced to some of the new mechanics here. The guards have binoculars, which you can see them use throughout the game. Sometimes if an enemy is suspicious of something in the distance and they can't see, they'll take out their binoculars to get a closer look. You can see his vision cone extending as well. I like this effect when we go underneath here. No more rain, you just get that fog, that mist that passes the camera. I'm not sure what KSNM means. Can you break their binoculars? No. Not to my knowledge, anyway. That would be cool. But I don't believe so. I've never seen it. Here we get some Pentazemin. Which of course is useless on the tanker because we never get a sniper rifle. Or so we thought for the longest time. That this Pentazemin had no function at all. But it actually does.
Freeze.
Even though you never get a sniper rifle. Let's just call Otacon here. See if he has anything to say about it.
You have Pentazemin in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazemin is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
Yeah, so we never get to use it for its usual function. To minimize the shakiness when we're holding sniper rifles. But, like Otacon just says, it does take care of seasickness. Take a look at the camera. See how the tanker is wobbling up and down? If you look at the top of the screen, you see how it's moving down and up and down and up. This is what would cause seasickness. What happens if we take some Pentazemin? It stops. Oh my god.
Otacon, I took the Pentazemin and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said,
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
We also get a call on the plant section that continues from where this one left off, where Snake teaches Raiden about the Pentazemin. Let's dump this guy. Love how you can see the water dripping from Snake's model there. Hey, Army with the 100 bits. Thank you. Well, that particular call doesn't actually require you to have done the call on the tanker in order to trigger it. But I think I remember someone saying before that it wasn't like that on PS2, and that's like another problem with the HD collection. But I'm not sure if that's correct. Aside from that call, might there be any other ones that... I can't think of any other calls that are dependent on you triggering something on the tanker. A cutscene on the plant changes depending on the things that you have done on the tanker. You know, when Snake is explaining what really happened on the tanker, and they show pictures that went online. You know, the pictures that were put up on the internet from the tanker incident. Those pictures will change depending on what you've done. That should... Oh, man, that was a nasty landing. That might be one of the pictures later on. I think all the pictures are from this one area, you know, because it's the ciphers that were taking pictures of you. And they can't get inside, so they have to be pictures of things that you do outside the tanker. Let's go back down this way. You love the medicine out in the rain. Yeah, on the highest difficulties, you always start the game with a cold as well, so the medicine can be useful. I blow this out. Although I don't think you ever get the cold until you go inside the first area. I won't have it yet. Hey, Al Bundy with the 20 months as well. Thank you. Viking with the 82. Graf Sativia with the 12 with the big year. Thank you. Based Cat with the 8. Sorry, I'm only just catching up now. Army with the 100 bits. Cheers, everyone. So far, just the microwavable meals, Pew. I got a Nando's as well. I told myself I wasn't going to, but they had a deal where I could get £7 off. So I went for it.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
So an interesting thing about these guys, these tough guys, as they have been officially dubbed, these are all developers. You know how everyone has a dog tag in this game? The guards that are badasses, they all have developer dog tags. And in order to soften them up, I need a lethal handgun to intimidate them. All the other dog tag names are fans. Back in the day before this game came out, you could enter into a competition to have your name on the dog tags. So yeah, all the other ones are fans. But the tough guys, those are developers. So does the Pentazemin not cure the seasickness if Snake takes it before calling Otacon about it to prove? Oh wait, no, I think it does still work regardless. I think even after we're told, it will still keep working. I'll check it again here.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
Yeah, so you can see that the camera is still moving there. Let's take the Pentazemin again. I think it just keeps working. Yeah. That'd be really cool if it stopped working after you got the call. It's a shame they didn't do that. Here we have these lifeboats. We can get some information on these too.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need. Snake, you need to get to the bridge on the top level of the infrastructure. First, find a door that leads into the tanker's interior, and infiltrate the ship.
I understand.
Yeah, we got the line in the last call. That's something unique to NG+. During codec calls, you can press R1 to hear a positive thought from Snake, or R2 to hear a negative thought from Snake. It's also dependent on the pressure sensitivity as well. If you do a light press, you'll get a light response. If you do a strong press, you'll get a more aggressive response. And some of them are unique to NG+, which is what we got in that last call, where he said, "Hey, I'm the main character." That's something he will only say on NG+. As someone asked, what was the last like new thing that I learned about this game? The call again, one of those NG Plus thoughts that I never heard before, which I'm going to do now soon. Let's see if we can get it here.
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling?
Yeah. Let's save first, actually,
Do you want to save, Snake?
just so we can retry it if we fuck it up. The most recent re-releases. I don't think the Master Collection has the ability to get all of these calls because it doesn't have pressure sensitivity. I think it's impossible to get all of the thoughts in the Master Collection. I think, anyway, from what I remember. Let me overwrite a different save here.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Bad Humans. There's that unique one with Mei Ling you can get on any playthrough. Does Snake have a unique reaction to one of the Mei Ling calls? I might not have heard that one either.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. There are stairs in the north block that will take you up.
That's right.
According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on.
In Japanese, he says erections. And in English, he says, I'm feeling kind of funky. You're right. Yeah, I feel like I haven't heard that in a while, though. Another weird thing about the reactions is that when you get to the ray holds, it seems to be impossible to get them anymore. Is that an issue? Is that an issue with the HD collection? Or maybe it's just an issue with like certain Otacon calls down there and not all of the calls. But yeah, when you get to the holds in the HD collection, you you can struggle to trigger those thoughts again. That is universal, okay.
Snake, don't. As soon as you're spotted.
Okay, pay attention here. When we get to the next story relevant call, that's where we found out about this new unique reaction.
Push the act.
Can take a while to trigger.
If it's about weight. Change to first-person view with a... When you're flat,
Oh my god, Otacon, please.
push the L2 or R2 button while in corner. Move the right...
Oh, please.
If you have a weapon, bodies can be...
Oh,
I recommend you hide... You can also hide...
oh my god, Otacon.
The metal gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own metal gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps metal gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
What a load of bullshit.
What did Snake just say? Lolly lolly lo! Oh boy.
Did you like it?
Yeah, you have to trigger it there. A lot of the reactions in this game, they have very specific they require very specific timing. Like the context really matters. Like he won't say that at any point in that codec call. He'll only say it once Otacon says the Patriots. You have to do it right after he says the Patriots. That's NG plus only, yeah. Whoa. Finnish man with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. What am I gonna do with this guy? A battle up, but up. We of course have the classic here that everyone knows.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
Another thing here, if we stop and stare at the poster.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Hold on, does he have unique thoughts for this? I think we can trigger it again.
What do you think you're doing,
Shut
Snake?
it.
You don't have enough to keep you
Shut
busy?
it.
Try to remember
Shut
the
it.
mission if you can.
Forget it.
What do you think you're doing,
Forget it.
Snake? You don't have enough to
You
keep you
too.
busy? Try to remember the
too.
mission if you can.
Forget it.
You too?
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy?
Forget it.
Try to remember the mission if
Forget
you
it.
can.
You too.
What's that supposed to imply? Like, oh, another one that's unhappy with my... Like, oh, not you as well? Like, is that kind of... Who else? Okay. Another thing here with this poster. if we tap on the private parts, we get an alert. And if we punch her in the face, it bounces. Now, that's really supposed to be for her boobs, but yeah. How much ammo do I have? Okay, now I want to wake this guy up. Nah. If you can lean them up properly, you can... Ah! Fuck! You okay there? Okay, so now if we tap on the poster while this guy is awake... Wait, one more look. There you go.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
And you can also do the same thing with the poster on the other side of the room. And you actually get a different set of animations from the guards. This one is pretty funny too.
A dud. Move.
Only this guy notices at first.
That's tasty.
And then this guy is like, what? What's he looking at? And then they synchronize.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
Am-ba-da-lam-ba-dum. I really like how the lockers utilize pressure sensitivity. When you're inside a locker, you can lean up against the door, but you need to be careful. You gotta do it slowly like this, or else, if you do it hard, if you do a hard press, you'll smack your head against the locker like that, which can alert the enemy. Can make a sound. Then you can use L2 and R2 to peek left or right.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Or get on your toes with L2 and R2.
Time to save?
La-li-li-la-la!
Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy.
I don't believe
The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
I don't believe
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more
I don't
items.
believe it.
Remember the Deep family's fish.
That doesn't sound right.
Wow.
Freeze.
Let's hold this guy up. Louis K. Stevenson. Bottle up. Bottle out. Nice. So this room is lots of fun. You can make a huge mess in this place. Lots of stuff to interact with. Can you punch the window here? No. This is a really cool animation if we just keep shooting it. Sweet. Yeah, this is the big tech demo room. Pretty cool. And then the shards of glass here even make their own sound when you walk on them. Though unfortunately, it does not alert the enemy. That would have been really cool. Bum, bum. We go over here too. We can see a TV. If you look closely at the TV, you can actually see that that's Metal Gear Ray.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise, and maybe give a little presentation.
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs.
TARDIS Mechanic with the 49, thank you. And Finn Big Boss 007 with the 53 months, thank you.
Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission.
You were watching?
You were watching? Another cool thing as well, we can shoot it. Love that animation. So many unique little things in this room. Ooh.
Freeze.
Mo! This guy covered in flies. Why is he covered in flies?
Please don't.
He's not covered in flies anymore. It's the ration. Dirty ration, rotten ration. And now if I pick up the ration, the flies will follow me around.
That's tasty.
A shame that this doesn't affect gameplay though, it's just a cool little visual thing. If you look in first person now, you can see them in much more detail. Ba-da-da-ba-da. It's cool how they take a while to catch up to you as well. They're not just stuck to my model if I run away from them. Pretty cool. You see like a few of them catch up to you at first and then the rest of them. Oh, yeah, he noticed the glass. Then he noticed the guy. No! 6 rounds left. Back to sleep. If you eat the ration, do they go away? You know, I can't remember. They will leave once you go to another room. I can't remember if they also leave if you eat the ration. But my health is full now anyway.
That's tasty.
Maybe I'll test that before I leave. So I can't remember. More M9 ammo. Of course, here we have the legendary melting ice cubes. Which you can just stop and wait for them to melt. We have drying paint coming up in the next room as well, where we can stop and watch paint dry. No, unfortunately that's not a thing. Can I still shoot these baby ones? Oh yeah, you can, and they just shatter. That's cool. We have these fancy bottles as well. What's cool about the bottles is they actually break where you shoot them. You shoot at the top gets blown off. You shoot at the bottom gets blown off. It's not just one, like, default animation, random animation. Oh, that guy woke up. Okay, I was wondering what the hell was going on. I try doing that in MGS4 as well. The bottles aren't that fancy in MGS4 either. I don't think MGS3 has bottles. Oh yeah, we also have the magazines. Oh! You know what? I'm gonna let this guy see me.
I got him. Send
Nope.
I got him. Send reinforcements.
Nope. Ah, I still need another.
What's going on? Respond.
I still need to take another bit of damage. Nope.
Who's that?
Yeah, they still follow you.
Encountered the enemy. Requesting defense. Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
I want to reset because I want to keep those rations for Olga. Just so I get to play around a bit. Ma, 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 ma. That's cool.
Freeze.
No!
Mo!
Please don't.
Cough it up.
Please don't.
There's another pretty cool detail with these flies. When we move into the next area, at first it would appear that the flies are gone. Right? No more flies. However, if we look carefully, did you see that? One fly sticks with you. Although I think he disappears too when we get to the next area. But I always like this little detail where one fly will be with you here still. Can see him there. Like tears in rain. This guy, he's waiting for the next cutscene to trigger, so he doesn't move at all until we go up to him. Just playing with his gun. What if I trigger the bell here? Will that just prevent me from getting the shadow scene? I don't think I've ever tried this. I guess I don't have to ring the bell. Will he just go back to his... Oh no, he went on his usual routine. Boo. Fuck. And maybe, I think if I leaned up against the wall quickly there. If I leaned up against the wall, I think I might have been able to avoid him.
We've lost contact with Deck B. Backup unit, check it out.
Ba-da-lam-baka-chaka-baka. Hey, Mikey with the 47 months. Thank you.
Snake, there's a surveillance camera in place. Once you're in its field of view, an alarm will go off. You can't afford to be seen. Wait for the camera to point the other way, then run past it. There's also a blind spot right beneath the camera. Use it to buy some time. You can also use the chaff grenade to set up some electronic interference. The camera will be ineffective for a while. You can also use the chaff grenade to set up some electronic interference.
Not in a million years.
Yeah, shut up. Moo. Go. Love this track. Let's make sure we're keeping up to date with our save conversations.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Yep.
Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. You know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a sec.
What?
That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things.
What?
You remember pre-ripped jeans?
You gotta be
Manufacturers
kidding.
thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
You gotta be
What do
kidding.
jeans have to do with nature and order?
What a load of
Denim
bullshit.
should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
That doesn't
Earnings?
sound right.
Yeah, I thought those jeans did sell well. I think they do. Pretty sure you can still go out and buy pre-ripped jeans. What are you talking about, Otacon?
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna save. Well, okay. Just let me know when you need to.
The hero of this game is me.
There it is again. Actually, that's a slightly different one. The other one was, I'm the main character. Get some chaff grenades. Never heard that before? Yeah, that's NG Plus only. You'll only hear that on NG Plus. Oh. Baka baka.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer rounds. A direct hit will knock the target unconscious. Think of those rounds as tiny syringes. The impact of the round causes the mixing of two chemicals in the shell. The resulting gas compresses a tiny piston and injects the tranquilizer in the bullet's tip into the target's skin. The tranquilizer's effects are felt at different...
It doesn't make any sense.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up.
You gotta be joking.
Snake, if you sustained...
You gotta be joking.
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life.
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
Okay, let's keep going. Boom. Hey, what's up, Neo? Oh. Okay, I'm probably gonna get spotted here. Oh god. Oh god! Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna fall into the lasers. We're good.
Be careful. He's still in this area. Understood. Backup squad to dig.
Ah!
Who's that?
Enemy troops sighted. Send additional personnel.
Understood. Dispatching additional men to dig deep. You will cover to defend the stairs at all costs.
That's okay, we get to see a unique clearing section.
Snake, get yourself out of sight now. Enemy search parties are on the way. It's a clearing. These aren't sentries you're dealing with. They're searching for you, and they know you don't want to be found. You can't make some feeble attempt at concealment. Make sure you're completely hidden in some place they wouldn't think of searching.
I wonder if we'll still get the second guy that comes in here. Ooh, fancy. Oh god. Okay, let's see if the usual guy still comes in here. There's a unique guard that will only come into this area if you go into this room. But I think you might need to be in a normal state when you come into the room. Let's see. Wait, no, I think this is him. Or maybe not. I think you can also get a bit of a different clearing situation here if you hide in a box. Because this is where we also find our first cardboard box. Ba-da-lam-ba-dam.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Okay, I'm gonna... Oh. Maybe this is him? No. What about now? Here we go. I just want to show this guy's pattern because he's kind of unique. He's very tired, this guy. He comes in, stretches a few times. Falls asleep. Paddle down, paddle out, paddle, paddle. Then he tries to go back on patrol again. But he immediately passes out. This poor guy is just exhausted. Nope. That's what I meant to do. There you go. Now you can sleep forever. I just want to try another one of the clearing sequences here.
Who's that? Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit. Stop.
Maybe the other body will... Ah! Yeah, they just unload on the cardboard box if you're in it. Maybe that's something that they always do in clearing sequences as well. If you decide to get in a box instead of enter one of the hiding spots, maybe that's always their go-to. They'll just shoot at you and then let you go. Do they do that in all the other clearing sequences? I have no idea. That's something to test anyway, maybe later. I might be in trouble here. Oh. Yeah, I'm in his way. I'm dead.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Ba-dum-bum-bum. You know what? Let me just go back down to deck B. Because I can't remember trying to get a clearing sequence down there. Oh, really? Raziel, the Undying with the 9 months. Thank you. Nah. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, I wasn't expecting someone coming from the stairs there. Wow. I just want to see if there's any unique clearing sequence down here or anything. Yeah, I don't think so.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Deploy search team to the portside staircase. Deck B. Increase security precautions.
Freeze.
If they see you go into a locker, they'll open the locker and they'll get you out of it. Yeah, you know, if they see you go into a locker, they'll trigger an alert and they'll just open it up and open fire on you. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum. Ah, fuck you.
There's somebody there.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Let's do another save call.
Time to save? Hey, Snake. What's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time. Get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
What's with this guy?
Forgot about that one. Yeah, I'm from the future, Brian.
Snake, those pipes.
No way.
Okay, let's keep going. Whoop. A baka boom baka chaka baka. Take out this guy.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
The crew members here in the dining room.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
It's not blood, it's just ketchup. Well, there is a lot of ketchup around here, so you think they are just playing dead? Could be. Because look at all this ketchup. Interesting. And isn't this the only area where we see crew members all bloodied like this too? Isn't that another coincidence? I love the way the salt explodes here if we shoot it. Get that big puff. Ba ba da ba da. Da ba da ba da ba da. You can play music on this if you have enough ammo.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? The Chinese have a saying, those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help, otherwise you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, well, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept, so make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Love this track as well. Sniping with the 38 months as well. Thank you very much. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. More crew members strewn about up here. This poor guy. Maj, the Stampede with the 14 months. Thank you. He looks pretty chill. Cool little detail here. If we strafe, or even from here, we can kind of see Olga outside. But if we strafe a bit, you can see more of the model. But it's impossible to see the face because she has her radio held up. If you read the script for the game, in brackets beside Snake's grunting dialogue there, it tells you what he's thinking. It says when Snake sees Olga, he is reminded of Meryl. He's immediately reminded of Meryl here when he sees her outside. And if you play the Japanese version of the game, you also have Olga being played by the same VA who played Meryl in MGS1. So in Japanese, it comes across, you know, quite explicitly, this parallel that's being created between Olga and Meryl. The next scene as well is supposed to mirror the face-off scene outside of the cell in MGS1. You know, where Snake and Meryl have that face-off. It's supposed to resemble that. It's kind of like an inversion of that scene in a way, because Olga turns out to be very professional as opposed to Meryl, who was a rookie. You know, Snake had no problem dealing with Meryl, but with Olga, he has she's trickier to deal with. Snake and Solidus have the same VA as well. I'll talk more about that later when it becomes relevant. There's some optional calls we can do here too.
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go. So that's the Ka-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the Ka-62. And there's also the Ka-64, the export model. This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. If your life gauge is down to the point where it's red, the bleeding won't stop. As long as you're bleeding, your life gauge will keep dropping gradually. Besides that, the bloodstains could put the enemy on your trail. The only way to stop the bleeding for good is to let your body recover until the life gauge is green. Rations are the best way to do that. Try to crouch down or assume crawl position and stay still while you're bleeding. Your life will recover bit by bit. I'd recommend that you stay in hiding until the bleeding stops, if possible.
I doubt we were supposed to think that Olga was Meryl. They just wanted to create that parallel between them. You know, Snake thinks of Meryl when he sees her, long before he even hears her voice. But yeah, when you see her, I don't think you're supposed to be mistaking her for Meryl. But you are supposed to think of Meryl. You are supposed to think of them as, you know, two sides of a coin or something. Or, you know, there's just that parallel between the characters. Yeah.
Shalashaska has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Here we go. Bop.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life.
Ho!
My family. We've shared everything.
Oof. Close.
I have no one. Nothing else matters to me.
Oh, beautiful.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Bam, bam, bam. So there's a cool detail with the music here. You know, normally it's big and loud and bombastic like this, but if we go all the way back here...
Take this!
Oh! Oh! I didn't have my ration equipped.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Let's try that again. So, as I was saying about the music... Actually, hold on. Let's wait for her to have her speech again. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life. My life! We've shared everything. All
No.
the bad and all the good. I have no one. Nothing except the unit. Nothing
Oh, you bitch.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Okay, now I'll try and show it. If I go over here...
Take this!
See that? Whoa, damn, she is a good pro. Pretty cool. Here comes another grenade, I think.
Take this!
Another unique thing if we go over here. I think this is the only time she ever laughs in the whole game.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
Another thing you can do is take pictures of her. This can be a bit of a struggle, though. You bitch. I'm probably gonna die trying to do this. Let's see what happens. Oh. Alright, yeah, I have two cameras. Fuck. Hey! Pose! Pose! Whoa, the frames! Whoa! Yeah, I'm gonna die. Fuck it. I didn't know the frames got like this. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck it. Oh. Yeah, I think you can only do it earlier in the fight. Hold on, I'm gonna kill myself again.
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
You can't do it too early and you can't do it too late.
I've been with the unit since I was
Bum,
born.
bum, bum, bum.
I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Oh yeah, she has some unique movements here. Oh, this is where she goes crazy with the grenades. Look at this. Oh! Oh! Nice. I interrupted her there.
Getting around. Snake?
I interrupted her there, but she throws like 3 or 4 grenades there. If she loses sight of you.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
It was her shot that killed me there, not the blast.
We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good.
Ba-do.
Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Oh, did she actually see me there?
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Okay. I'll try and do the photograph thing. Ah! It has to be so precise. Fuck!
What do you think I am, stupid?
There it is.
What do you think I am, stupid? 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 What do you think I am, stupid?
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Okay, let's take care of her for real this time. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Oh. Bum, 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 bum.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life. We've shared everything. All the bad.
Bum, bum, bum.
I have no one. Nothing else matters to me.
Ah! Shit!
Snake, you okay?
Okay, this time I'm killing her for real. Tranking her for real. Watch this. Fuck, and she shoots me straight away.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. victory were my parents.
Bum, 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 bum.
Shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing at all.
Ram, bum, bum. Oof.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Suck my balls. Oh, 1 HP. Ah! Oh, you bitch!
Take this!
Cipher? Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
All right, we're back. Frosty, 936p. Nice to see that getting more popular. It really does maximize the quality potential with Twitch's max bitrate. Yeah, I was told a long time ago about 936p and that I should switch to 936p. I'm not. I don't fully understand why it's better than 1080p in a lot of cases. I think I remember hearing someone say recently as well that 1080p can be better on Twitch, but only if you're dealing with like very static images or games that don't have a lot of movement. I think if there's a lot of movement on screen, 936p is the way to go, which I guess would be the case for a lot of games. For games generally speaking. But yeah, a friend of mine on Twitch who knows way more about tech stuff than I do told me that I should play on 936p instead of 1080p. So I just took his recommendation. I took his word for it, and I just started streaming on I just started streaming at 936p. So here's Olga, fast asleep after we tranked her. We call Otacon.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
I can't believe Snake would just sweep Meryl under the rug like that. Isn't that disrespectful? We haven't heard 2 words about Meryl so far.
Bullshit.
6,000 is pretty low for 1080p generally. If there's a lot of detail, it won't look great. It's just about the fact that the lower resolution you stream at, the less spread thin your maximum 6,000 KB will be. Okay, okay. Yeah, so maybe if Twitch allowed you to stream at like 10k bitrate, then it would be worth streaming at 1080p.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Shut it!
Gross.
The kiss. Okay, lovely. We'll show that to Otacon later. It's kind of cool here. You can see you might not pay attention to it during the fight or even after the fight, but if you see what Olga was hiding behind here, it's the panels that they use for the Semtex. That the lasers come through. And then over here, you have the little boxes. Now we'll climb this ladder, get our thermal goggles. And it's usually a tradition for me to stop here and look out for the bolts of lightning. Just because they can be kind of rare. And sometimes you have to wait a long time to see like a really big bolt of lightning. It's I've always just liked how realistic the thunderstorm feels here. How random it feels. Yeah, it's kind of relaxing. Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be foreshadowing Raiden in a way. You know, Raiden, whose name literally means thunder and lightning. Raiden looming in the distance. Hey, there we go. Small little bolt. I think there are a couple of reasons for the weather and the lighting and the environment on the tanker. They did say that they wanted it to mirror MGS1, the lighting and the colors, that use of green. But also the fact that Shadow Moses took place at night. They wanted the feeling of it to call back to MGS1. Hey, oh, that was a nice one. But yeah, I would imagine the thunder and lightning is there to sort of foreshadow Raiden too. And then when you get to the plant section, you know, they make that point of how Raiden hasn't been prepared for daylight VR training. When you get up on the elevator and they draw your attention to how it is the opposite of what it was like in MGS1. Okay, one more. Give me one more nice big bolt. Come on, one big juicy one.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember? You do it.
Exactly, you do it. I'm busy. Oh! I thought I saw a tiny little one there. Come on. One more. That was a big flash, but we didn't really see it fully. One more. One more. I should probably have the camera held up a bit higher. I'm not leaving until I see one more. Come on. Oh, really? Did you see that? It was... We barely got to see any of that. It was just like a little flash on the top left corner. I think we need to see a better one. I'm waiting for one more. It's going to be a good one. I can feel it. The next one is going to be big. Come on. Come on. Oh, that was nothing. Okay, it's your call, chat. Do we wait for another one or do we go? We've come so far. One more? Okay, one more. I was reading the chat and I only saw a bit of it when I... Oh! 2 in a row. Oh! 3 in a row.
Did you like it?
A whoop!
I wonder, do you only see the lightning over Manhattan? Or can you see it over on this side too? Berserker with the 122 months. My God. And the 122 in a row. Hat Trick with the 107 and Cookie with the 124 as well. These massive resubs. Cheers, guys. Oh, nice. This was a good session. We got some really nice lightning bolts. Okay, I think I'm done. I think I'm satisfied. But I am going to wait for 20 more seconds. Nice, nice. Okay, 20 more seconds. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ha! 2. Oh! $1.5. 1.38. 1.02. 0.85. 0.5. 0.23. Okay, I'm done. So, we also found thermal goggles up here. Let's call Otacon to learn about them.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
Yeah.
You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time. We should have been wearing the thermal goggles. I don't know if we're going to see much. Okay, let's go back down. What do we have here? Oh, USP suppressor. Is that an NG plus only thing? Yeah, I guess that's an NG plus only thing. I was trying to think if you found the suppressor anywhere else on New Game, or if it was possible. But yeah, no, that has to be an NG plus only thing, I think. Those splashes look so good on the steps. The splashes in general look great. Hello.
Freeze.
I think it was Bad Humans that was saying last time that originally this guy was going to kill himself. If you didn't interact with this guy and you just let him walk around, after a while he would throw himself overboard.
Are you going to shoot me?
That would have been pretty grim. Okay, before we move ahead here, let's see if we can get a couple more calls.
So, you've got rations now. These are military food supplies and allow you to recover some life with use. If it is equipped in advance, the ration will automatically be used and life will be regained when you receive damage. You can select it in the window and push the confirmation button to use the item on the spot. Rations were designed to be carried and eaten on the field. They're all about functionality and calories. They use special freeze-drying methods developed by the NROC. They're compact, portable, and last for weeks.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I need to do the cigarettes call as well. If we can still do it this late.
Snake, are you smoking? You really should quit. First of all, it turns you into an instant target in the dark. As for what it means to your health, I won't even go there. Remember what Naomi said about lung cancer rates? Everyone knows that it's a dangerous substance.
So's war, and I've done that all my life.
Well, you can screw up your own body if you like, but think about other people, okay?
This is the new kind that has almost no secondhand smoke. It won't bother anyone.
Oh, really? Didn't I see you toss the butt off the bridge? Littering, polluting. You have a long way to go, my friend. Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down.
We should get some calls about the Cypher and about Gorlukovich here as well if we keep calling him.
The Cypher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Cyphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Snake, the M9's
Not in a million years.
Aim the gun and...
You gotta be joking.
Didn't think Gorlukovich was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Oh, okay, let's do a save call. Make sure we're keeping up to date with these.
Save?
No way.
Not in a million years.
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
Okay, let's keep going. Oh, I got a cold again because I stayed... Yeah, because of all of our bird watching up there. Damn, I don't usually stay that long, I guess, because I don't usually come back in with a cold. Except now I can't take it. Did I lose my cold already? Huh. Okay, grab that ammo.
Freeze.
Oh! You can still get the scene on the way back. That's cool. I don't think I've ever done that before. That's cool. Hello. Bye-bye. That's the Bad Humans special.
Raven.
Snake, that shadow, it's
It's him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
I love Snake's reaction there. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. What the hell are you talking about, Snake? And of course, it's just a toy. I think this is an exact copy of the McFarlane toys that they sold for MGS1, the MGS1 merch that they sold back in the day. Oh, nice detail. Originally, there was going to be another call here as well where they spoke about McFarlane toys. You know, a bit of a product placement, silly codec call. Kind of like what you have with the Calorie Mates and stuff later on in the series. But it was removed for whatever reason. Did any of you guys have any of those McFarlane MGS1 toys? I'm assuming they all made sounds like this. as well. I wonder what the sniper wolf sound was and what the gray fox sound was. Oh, they don't have sounds. Oh, okay. Can turn off the light.
Good. Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
I did fight a boss.
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means, that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
2 is generally longer than 1, a bit longer. And especially if you're doing an in-depth playthrough, then it's considerably longer. Almost twice as long. But if you're not doing an in-depth playthrough, you know, where you're doing all of the optional calls and everything, then it's only a little bit longer. Obviously, it depends on the player as well, but yeah, generally speaking, I would say it's a bit longer. And then considerably longer if it's a big playthrough, big in-depth playthrough. In-depth playthroughs for 2 and 3 are generally around 20 hours each. And for MGS1, it would be a bit over 10 hours, like 12, 11, 13. 2 and 3 would be like 19. Usually maybe 20 plus. Again, it depends on how long we take. How long we spend fucking around. But does this thing ever stop shooting? No, it doesn't. Yeah, Tony, but that's what I was getting at there. With like a standard playthrough of 2 would still be a bit longer than 1 as well, but not by much, just a few hours. If I was just going through the main story of 1 with no extras whatsoever, it would take like 5 hours. MGS2 would take like 8 hours. And same with MGS3. MGS3 would be like 8 hours. Maybe a bit less if you're going really fast in MGS3. Maybe like 7. I guess that would all just depend on how fast you're going through the gameplay. There's a crazy detail here with these posters. You can see this poster up ahead. Just one of the many that you can find throughout the tanker. However, this one is a little bit unique because, unlike the other posters, if you shoot this one, it explodes. No! Fuck! Anyone else coming in? Oh shit. I love how the Raven doll is just still going off. Did you know about the ice? That you can watch ice cubes melt in this game? I do. I kind of want to punch this guy over the rail while that guy is at the end of the hall. But I'll just end up resetting the caution, so let's not do that. Let's just let this... Let's just wait for this to die down. Okay, we good? Oh wow, and he goes back into his same position. Oh! Except this time there was no guy down below.
Freeze.
Nice.
Freeze.
He did die the first time, he just got replaced. Well. Stop that. Oh, my box! No! Okay, you're getting a spanking for that one. I'm gonna clear them all out here. Whoa. are you going? Oh! Cool. There's still one guy left, I think. Come on. Is he not going to come back until I go up? Huh. Oh no, here he comes. No? Ah, is this guy like a weird, unique guard where his movement depends on your movement? Ah! No, you're not calling in on that radio. Okay, that's everyone.
Snake, that handgun of yours is a USP. The USP comes in a variety of calibers, from a 9mm to a 45. Yours is a 9mm with 15 rounds per magazine. It's also equipped with a flashlight for nighttime shooting. In the dark, select the USP and aim to turn on the light. Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
That's another pretty cool detail here. If you don't have the USB suppressor and you need to go loud in this room, their hearing isn't as good, so you can get away with more with your USP here. Kind of like Strut E on the plant. Their hearing range isn't as good here. Remember that poster that I blew up earlier as well? There's another one right here too.
Good.
Oh, fuck. So now the question is, am I bothered to level up my grip gauge? Let me reset the area so I don't have to do all this shit again anyway. I am bothered? Okay, you asked for it. So the fastest way to do this, you know, you start off and your grip gauge is level 1, grip level 1, you can see there. And to level it up, you can either drop down like I just did, or do pull-ups like this. And it is a lot faster if you do the drop-down method, because each drop-down equates to 10 pull-ups. And I think you need 100 in order to level up the gauge. Your grip gauge is also determined by the amount of health that you have. The grip gauge will go down a lot faster if your health is low. There should be a grip gauge contest at MGSCon with both methods available. Who gets it faster between Snake and Raiden? It's the same. Damn, okay, it must be the next one, right? Hey! You get a fancy new color, too.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
Congrats, Snake! That's what he says in VR as well. In real life and in-game at the same time, yeah. You know what else we could do? MGS torture, where you're getting tortured in real life, while also in the game. Remember last time DRK brought people up on the stage to test if they could do the MGS2 torture on PS2? We could do that again, except you also have to do it while you're getting strangled. Maybe someone could even make a homemade octopus cosplay arm as well, and you could use that to strangle them. Yeah, I really don't need to get this level 3, but fuck it, let's do it anyway. What is this? 4? 5? Let's not fuck it up. I'm kind of getting scared now. Holding hands with Emma could be another one? What? How would that be a challenge, though? But to hold hands with Emma and also hold hands with a random woman in real life? Hey, come up on stage for the hand-holding challenge. Yeah, we could do like MGS blind date. Come and meet your true love at MGSCon, and that's how we could set people up. That's how we could test people's compatibility. We'll bring them up on stage to do the Emma section in real life and in the game. And then if it doesn't work out, you bring them to the torture section, and then you torture them. Okay, I'm really liking these ideas. Oh boy. We're slowly gonna turn the story of Metal Gear into a reality. Okay, let's reload the level. I got the level 3 grip gauge just there. You don't get a unique call for it, unfortunately. You get this big gray bar. There's also a fancy hanging method to get to the other side of this room too, which you don't really need a high grip gauge for, but yeah. And drop down here. You have to be very careful with where you land. I want to grab when I land, because if I fall straight down, I lose a load of health. Oof. Nice. MGS pickup lines contest. So how old are you? Old enough to know what death looks like. Okay, I think I can continue. You must be a real thread in the muktuk eating contest. Look at this fancy security here.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol in the small room on the port side.
You always get an automatic shot on that guy's balls from that position. One shot. Brutal. So here we have another section where we can take photographs. However, if we try and take a photo of this girl here, Snake has no reaction. That's because this one is a twist. It's actually 2 pictures in one. And the girl's hand here is actually supposed to be this guy's hand. Now, if we take a picture of it together.
Good.
There we go.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
What?
Look at the walls on both sides of the hall.
I see something. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Hey, thank you for the 15, Gilbert. Or Gilbert, however I pronounce your name. Thank you. Astray as well, did I thank you for the 20? Thank you. You know, I can't actually remember how this changes from difficulty to difficulty. On normal difficulty, there might only be one. That one there. I forget how it changes from difficulty to difficulty, this thing. It's the amount you need to shoot. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just wondering how many they add. Normal was 3? I don't think so. Because there's 3 now on Extreme and European Extreme. So I'm thinking maybe on Hard there's 2 of them, and then on Normal there's just 1. Or maybe all the other difficulties have 2. Hard is 3 as well. Yeah, I guess this just doesn't change all that much. Yeah, so maybe Normal has 2 and Hard, everything on Hard and above has 3. You can also use the flower at the back of the room to help you here. If you don't have thermals. And if you don't know about cigarettes, you have this other cool little method here. Muzaru, thank you very much. Let me save.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
You gotta be joking.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Well, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
Ugh.
That guy on the poster rose higher in rank than Kojima at Konami, by the way. Wow, really, Bad Humans? This guy? Who is this guy? And what did he do at Konami? Alright, let's keep going.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Bum, bum, bum.
Anybody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Love it.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
I love how how they become highlighted by the flickering lights in the middle of the animation. Rap, bum, bum. Yeah, like we never explore, like we barely get to explore any of Shell 2 in this game. And I would imagine that they originally had plans for more exploration in Shell 2, where we got to see loads of those other struts. And I think there are even like concepts for some of those other struts out there online that you can look at.
Freeze.
Nothing to report.
You gotta be careful with this guy. He's asleep, but he does wake up every now and then.
Nothing to report.
See, look at the cone on the radar.
Nothing to report.
Gift subs don't go to the donation goal, no. Okay, let's check in with Otacon.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
You gotta be joking.
You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
It's the plant chapter. There's a time and a place. It's right after this chapter. I'm not sure if I'm going to the con yet, Megastar. I may be, but I'm not sure yet. Subs get rid of all ads, Phasar, yeah. If you subscribe with Twitch Turbo, you can get rid of ads across the whole website as well. Turbo subs work across all channels. But of course, a Turbo sub costs a little bit more. But yeah, anytime you sub to a channel, you get rid of the ads. Rum, bum, bum. Yeah, if you watch a lot of Twitch and you watch several streams, Turbo seems like a pretty good deal. If you have the money, of course.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
I don't know.
Right, now I'm thinking that I should probably try and do all of Otacon's save calls here before I get to the holds. Because if I get to the holds, I might not be able to hear Snake's reaction. We do still get money from Turbo, yeah.
Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me. Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Can't be.
Can't be.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. You see, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying.
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight.
What's with this guy?
Okay, we're almost there. I think 2 more.
Do you want to save, Snake?
No doubt about it.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
I'll get right
News
on
to
it.
me.
Okay, now the next one I think should be the Mei Ling call.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh?
Kind of
So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know that Otacon's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine.
I'm feeling
Sure.
kind of funky.
And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're
feeling
cautious,
kinda
you can
funky.
avoid making serious mistakes.
You
Even if
lied
you've
to
gotten
me.
used to the mission, watch what you do. Good
You
luck.
lied to me.
Yeah, Snake, good luck.
You?
lied to
I'm
me.
not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
I'm feeling kind of funky.
Wait, so that's also one of the calls where he says, you lied to me. Alright, I guess the, you know, because Mei Ling is coming in with the real explanation of what care avoids error really means. So he's talking to Otacon there.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Here we go. Whoa, fuck. Well, I'm making a balls out of this. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Woo! Sloppiest guard rush I've had in a while. Oh! Woo! Come on.
Who goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
Fuck you, asshole!
Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
Before he's done talking. Oh.
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
All right. Sofa King, thank you very much for the $10 donation. 3Dog, we played a match in Tekken 8. It was a Kazuya mirror match. You won and called me a basic Kaz. I remember you. You were a really basic Kaz. Like you were a super beginner. So it didn't feel like a demeaning comment, like I was just being condescending, like you were actually really, you know, somewhat experienced and I was trying to talk shit. You know, you were genuinely, you came across anyway as like just like a super beginner Kaz, so I didn't feel like I was insulting you by saying that. My Kazuya is nothing to write home about either. I want my salty run back. No disrespect. I'm just joking. I'm enjoying the stream. Been a fan since 2014. Sofa King, thank you very much. I'll happily give you your run back, Sofa King. I'm intrigued to see how you've... I'm intrigued to see if you've improved. But yeah, like, I think you were repeatedly walking into his like, basic frame trap. And I maybe you're not the same guy I'm thinking of, but yeah, I think I remember as well, like, oftentimes when you're fighting people who are, like, ultra beginners, they can be kind of tricky to deal with because they're just, like, they're just insane the way they play the game. They're just throwing out so much bullshit. It's hard to know what to even do. You know, they're on the other side of the screen and they're throwing out these ultra whiffable moves and you're just kind of baffled by what you're seeing. It can actually be kind of tricky dealing with players like that, I think. Anyway, where was I? What was I doing? Megastar with the 100 bits as well, thank you. Airbomb with the 69, thank you. I didn't know Three Dog could Doria. My electrics are nothing to write home about. Although I do actually attempt to throw them out every now and then now, which is something. But I'm no great Tekken player. I reached purple rank a while ago, so I guess that's something.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear.
First thing I'm going to do is drop down here and go over this way.
They're all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a
let's
countermeasure
keep
to
going.
these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
This guy right here.
Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
Right, I guess I already have his tag on this save, right. If you're playing with the 2002 Substance dog tags, this guy has Major Zero's name on his dog tag. You know how you can learn Zero's real name in MGS3 as you unlock more and more of those optional pictures when you keep doing the optional calls? You can learn that his real name is David O. And that's exactly what this guy's name is. If you play with the 2002 dog tags, the Substance dog tags. Which is interesting. Right? Because all the names that you see on the tags are supposed to be fan names. Back in the day, you could enter a competition to have your name on the dog tags in the game. And that's what you're seeing. All the names that you see on the dog tags in this game, they're all fan names that won that competition. Apart from the tough guys. The badasses that you have to intimidate before they give you their dog tag, those are all developers. Those are all developer names on those dog tags. But all the others are just supposed to be fans. Which is interesting considering that he shares that name with Zero in MGS3. Maybe there could be a couple of different explanations for it. Maybe that this one guy doesn't have a fan's name and they just decided to give him Zero's name as just as a cool little Easter egg because they were in the early stages of development in MGS3 at that time, perhaps. Or maybe they just liked the guy's name and they decided to also give Zero's... Maybe they also just decided to name Zero after this fan. I don't know. Anyway, it's a weird detail.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete.
Zero is real.
Their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
But yeah, David O.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
Now we'll go back this way.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray.
With
the
Ray.
From the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps.
There's a cool detail with this projector. You know, you have to be careful. If you walk over the projector's light,
Closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
you'll project your shadow up onto the screen and you'll get caught. You'll trigger a game over instantly. But if you notice, you can see that it's ascending up like that. It's pointing up, which means you can actually run underneath it if you get right up close to the back here.
There's a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
Ah! But then that guy saw me. I forgot to trank him first. Running between the lines is the safe spot, yeah.
What a load of bullshit.
There's like a little
Snake,
segment.
respond. Snake, Snake.
Ram pam pam.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
Yeah, like Mr. Man was saying, that's the safe spot here. If you just run between these two lines.
Development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Or you could... Ah! I did it again.
Snake, respond. Snake, Snake.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications
Okay,
of Metal Gear.
take 3.
Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear.
Another thing you can do
US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about
is
to
just
see
use
a
the box.
swarm of these Metal Gear.
Then you'll be able to go underneath it anywhere. Except I don't have my box, because that guy threw it away. Oh well. You'll just have to take my word for it.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course,
Another Metal Gear. Oh shit, this guy. Man, I'm forgetting everything right now.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not
That was
thousands of
lucky.
Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained.
Gonna wait for this
and
guy.
it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance
I love what they do with the sound here when we're in these middle areas.
play a central role in its military
The sound outside becomes muffled.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
Once he starts talking about the pressure from the Navy, Otacon will actually comment on this part of the speech.
Snake, the tanker's holds are divided into 3 separate blocks, and Metal Gear is in the farthest hold. You need to head north. You know the number you're up against. If you're spotted, there's no winning that fight. You have to stay out of their sight, okay?
Okay. We also need to do the last save call with Otacon.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
Wait, I still need to get his commentary on the Navy dialogue.
Snake, take those pictures before... You absolutely can't. The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
All right, there we go. Now, another really insane little Easter egg here. If I keep going back and forth here.
Ours is not the only. Ours is not the.
You'll notice that his dialogue just keeps looping.
Ours is not the.
Keeps resetting to the last line.
Ours is not the. Ours is not the. Ours is not the.
But what if I keep doing this?
Ours is not the. Ours is not the only. Ours is not the only. Don't stay on the same ground. You're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
You're really talking to the Marines there, Scott?
Ours is not the only mission.
Isn't that a coincidence? Only those willing to take risks can achieve victory. You have to move forward.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
Okay, we can get another picture here.
Policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty.
You gonna do some stretching? Yeah, let's hide here. Oh, shit, I don't even have a fucking box. Go.
Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Metal Gear Ray is
Okay, I can just cancel the stretching by going back.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard joint tactical...
If you pay attention to the screen here, in like a minute or so, we'll be able to see some Gorlukovich soldiers run in and grab a couple of Marines. So yeah, just pay attention to the screen here because you can see something cool in a minute.
Information distribution system identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children.
You can also see Ocelot on the screen as well, except it's almost impossible on the HD collection because the image is cut off and you can only see like the top of his head. And even then it's really hard to see. But yeah, you should be able to see a pretty clear image of Ocelot here. But it's fucked up on the HD collection.
Experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can...
Okay, any second now we should see it, I think.
As we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up costed his influence in the political community. The Metal Gear Rex...
Yeah, I thought it happened before this point. Any second now.
...preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense...
Oh yeah, look. Up on that walkway.
Technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct...
No! It cut at the worst time. Look, look, look. He's being dragged away.
Interests within the military-industrial complex.
And now they're going to keep running in. Look.
Flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind.
Is nobody paying attention? Fucking dumbass Marines.
This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Whoa! Go back. Go back. Go back.
The proliferation and development of Metal Gear.
Okay, there's one more thing I want to do here.
Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NVT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence. The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century, in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development. But it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Classic. One of the greats.
At the moment, every
now let's do it all again.
On the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do
Wait for the second guy to get into position.
They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear Force
Did you like it?
the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course,
another Metal Gear. Ooh, nice.
The hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind...
Okay, now we're gonna take
this weapon will render all other
the underground path here.
Nations building up their own Metal Gear Force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military.
There are a few different ways you can go, but if you want to see all the secrets, this is the way you need to go.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. We, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in military affairs.
Forget about it.
Gotta be careful here while he's looking down. Dropped his magazine. Oof. Hey, what's up, Biznez?
From the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think they are. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
The shorts.
Metal Gear.
It is a fact.
Only the guys at the front wear the shorts. Is that because they got there so early? They didn't have time to put on their... They were so dedicated that they didn't even have time to put on their trousers. They just had to get to that meeting.
The players...
I'm forgetting what all the requirements are for seeing them in their shorts. Is it on NG Plus the guys in the last room will always be wearing the shorts, but then you can get everyone in the whole area to be wearing shorts if you're fast enough? I know there's something that's dependent on speed, like if you get to that, if you speed run to that last area, they'll all be wearing shorts. The joke being that, you know, they didn't have time to put on their trousers because you're too fast. I think that's an NG Plus only thing. And it's also a speed requirement.
In favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project.
Okay, we're finally there.
So, this is the new Metal Gear.
Yep, and we're gonna show the whole world its baby pictures. Get the prototype on camera. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Once you have the photos, use the workstation in the southeast end of the area to transmit them over to me. Send me something I can use.
You have to be fast getting to the last room to get it. That's all. But I got to the last room this time, and they're wearing shorts, even though I've spent 3.5 hours. Isn't there a way to get them all to be wearing shorts, like everyone in the whole hangar? I thought that's what was dependent on speed. That you had to get to the first area of the hangar under a certain amount of time for them all to be wearing shorts. Otherwise, on NG Plus, it'll only be the guys in the last room that are wearing shorts. Maybe I'm off here, because my knowledge when it comes to all this NG Plus stuff isn't the best. Garley with the 96, thank you.
But I promise you that they will not succeed. You must be dead. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left. Right.
Okay, now we can get up to this unique little spot. And if we take out our camera here, see what we find.
Let's continue.
Huh.
I have a daughter. And it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children
Look who it is.
experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations. I know that. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's.
Okay, what if we try and shoot him?
I was known and feared as
Move in
Chad.
undetected and make its landing on any shoreline.
He's gone.
Its onboard joint tactical information distribution system identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard.
Love this pole here that we can slide down. It's the only pole like this in the whole
This
game.
new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as...
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Taydil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
All right, let's do it.
Never have.
Let's press the action button. Mounting proc file system, configuring kernel parameters, remounting root file system, monolith. That's supposed to be monolith, I think. Testing all these different passwords. Police Naut Scott.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first one I'm seeing is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again? And the next one is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. I'll just make a backup of this one.
What's wrong with you, Otacon?
Okay, what am I seeing now? Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. Okay, what am I seeing now? So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now.
What a homophobe.
Okay, what am I seeing now? Isn't this that soldier on the deck, Olga? I can't believe you took a picture of her, all things considered. The last one is... Yeah, another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Why does he think that Ocelot is a ghost there? We as players would have a reason to think it's kind of weird looking at him because he's completely still. He's completely frozen. The model doesn't move at all. But Otacon is just going to be seeing a still image anyway.
George Sears surrendered his residence in the aftermath of Shadow Moses.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up... Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? So, what's the last one gonna be? The Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. We need 4
That would be
images.
lovely, thanks.
One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of metal.
Oh, I won't be able to play around with these guys anymore because I don't have the box. Well, I guess I still can to a certain degree.
Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads.
Huh?
We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the left!
Jesus.
Intruder to the right! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back! Should that actually
Whoa, look at the way they're sliding.
We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times. To move on. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up costing his influence in the political community. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against
That
the
guy
future
see me there?
possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology. The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NPT and START.
Oh my God!
Exploit this disturbing trend to further. The human race is about to slide. The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of the last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again.
Whoo!
The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that possibility. The brain drain of nuclear specialists and the black market trade and weapons grade plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since the late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under
fuck you.
Control.
I wanted to get caught again eventually anyway.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Because I want to take one more picture of Ocelot.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own way project.
With Ray.
They will not succeed. You must be dead. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left. Down.
Oh, I forgot to look at Ocelot. Oh.
Right. Front.
A dud.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Okay.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own way project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left. Down.
Okay, we should be able to get one more reaction from him.
Right.
Oh no.
Front.
He might not be here anymore when I go back. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, he's gone! Oh! Right, I'm gonna have to do it one more time. I'm sorry.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her.
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
Okay, last time.
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own way project. But I promise you that they will not succeed.
With Ray. Can you throw a grenade at Scott? Yeah, but if you can't kill him. There's no way you can damage Scott. I don't think it's possible to see the grenade go off. Okay, let's be really fucking careful with this photograph.
Front.
There we go.
To move on, I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want
Nice.
to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that's my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out.
I'm not taking
with
any
massive
chances
fire.
with the second guy.
It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta.
Good.
Latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his...
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up. Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. And the next one is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? What's next? This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. Okay, last one's coming up. Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? We can use the photos of the right and the insignia, but we're still missing one from the front left and the front.
Okay, now we can just wrap it up.
The aftermath.
Is he a hallucination? I don't know. Is he a ghost? Is he a hallucination?
The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up. You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, this works. It's a great front view. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Gerlukovich. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Gray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. Gray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gerlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War. Metal Gear only has room for one! Gerlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life. Fuck you, asshole!
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program. Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
What a load of bullshit.
Fuck you, asshole!
Did you like it?
The price of physical prodigy. A few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
problem.
Fuck you, asshole!
Did you like it?
Snake! Snake!
No problems. Proceeding as planned, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
What a load of bullshit.
All right, fools. Let me just thank some people here before we get into the plant. Make sure I'm up to date. Kaheras with the fucking 10-pack. Thank you very much. And enjoy whoever got a free sub there. Cheers. Hollow. Actually, no, that was a follow, but thank you very much for the follow, Hollow. Garle earlier with the 96 again. Thank you. And Sofa King for your 10 earlier. 1 second. Cool dude with glasses. Hey, 3Dog, long time no see. I still remember the first time I stumbled across this channel. It was back in 2016, and I was so deep in depression. It feels a bit better now. Hey, man, I'm happy to hear. And yeah, you go back a while. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. Let me see here. Yeah, of course, before we get into the plant, I usually like to talk about a couple of details for any new people here. You may not have seen us do one of these marathons before, and you may not have played MGS2 too many times either. And so I like to just talk about a couple of details here that are very easy to miss. At the start of the plant section, pay close attention to Raiden's voice. For the first few minutes of the plant chapter, Raiden does not have the code name Raiden. He is referred to as Snake. And while he is referred to as Snake, he also acts as if he is Snake. He pretends to be Snake. His voice is slightly deeper. Just pay attention to that. And then once they change his code name, his voice becomes higher pitched, and his personality kind of changes along with it as well. He becomes the Raiden that we all know in MGS2. But for the first few minutes of this scene, he acts as if he is Snake. He's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. There's like a casual sort of back and forth between them. It sounds very similar to the back and forth that Snake had with the Colonel in MGS1. Just the way they spoke to each other has that kind of feel. It's just a little interesting little thing at the start of the plant here that a lot of people miss on their first playthrough, or even after a couple of playthroughs. I guess there's so much weird... I guess the start of the plant is just so strange feeling in a lot of ways that it's easy to not pay attention to it. Another cool little thing about the intro to the plant are the early hints that you get that the Colonel is not the real Colonel. He has dialogue that repeats dialogue word for word from MGS1. And there's one moment in the opening scene where he corrects his dialogue mistake. That line where he says, "When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep." He's about to say, "When we need to reach you, the codec will beep." But he stops himself and he says, "When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep." Why does he do that? When we need to contact you, the codec will beep, and when we need to reach you, the codec will beep, means the same thing. Why would he feel the need to go back and correct himself? He does it because he fucks up the exact MGS1 dialogue, and that's what he's supposed to say, because he's a robot. So it's just an early little hint that there's something kind of up with the Colonel. That there's something kind of strange going on with the Colonel. Yeah, he's about to say like a slightly altered version of the call, and then he fixes himself. But yeah, there are loads of other... There's loads of other little details to go over once we actually get into the gameplay, but those are two that I usually like to point out just for people that haven't played the game. Because once we cut to gameplay, if I start talking about these things, you'll want to hear it again. Oh, I missed it. I didn't notice the dialogue. I didn't notice his voice change. So it's worth going over these things out before we actually play the scene. Same with the Colonel's dialogue. You just might not even think about it when it happens. But if you're waiting for it, you'll notice it a lot easier. Let's save first before we jump on in. Why would the AI make such a mistake? Yeah, is there actually an in-world explanation for why the AI makes a mistake there? Or is it just the hand of the author giving the player a little hint? I think there could be a reason for the AI fucking up if you believe that Snake is an unintended part of the simulation. You know, you're repeatedly told again and again that Snake isn't an intended part of this mission. And Snake is there right from the beginning of the mission. So that could be an explanation, that there's this unintended factor fucking things up right from the get-go, and it's kind of throwing things off in small little ways. That could be an explanation. Because Snake isn't supposed to be there if we are to believe what the Colonel says. The Colonel who likes to lie about almost everything in the game, that is. But yeah, we'll talk more about all these little things once we get into the game. Yeah, I like to... That's my theory, Dark Dylan, that Snake is actually... That's my... my 7D chess tinfoil hat theory about Snake. That him not being a part of the simulation is actually a part of the simulation to resemble Gray Fox not being an intended part of the mission in MGS1. Which I think could be the intention. And In the Darkness of Shadow Moses really reinforces that idea too. Like, it really highlights that aspect of MGS1. Because it highlights the events of MGS1 as being a sort of simulation too. Because you're in the Darkness of Shadow Moses, you're behind the scenes, seeing what all the higher-ups are planning and doing. And you get to see their reactions when things don't go according to how they were planned. And Gray Fox is a big deal when he appears. You know, Ames and all of his cronies start losing their minds when Gray Fox appears because they didn't plan for him to be a part of this whole thing. And they're worried he's going to fuck up the whole thing. So, yeah, I think that theory could have some validity. Okay, let's save and get into it.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The Big Shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the Big Shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEALs Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the Big Shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Alpha, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The President?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the President and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions.
That's tasty.
They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. So there we go. Maybe another explanation for the Colonel's dialogue there could be, instead of it being like a bug or that he's fucking up, it's kind of maybe the AI is too advanced. That it's like too conscious. That it's, it's becoming too natural. That it's supposed to be acting like a more simplified robot, but it can't because of how advanced it is. Or something like that. I just had that thought there. Hold on 1 second here. So there's lots of stuff to look at in this room. Lots of little things to see here. If we go over here and take a look at this gym suit, it's kind of interesting, the information that we get.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Rusted all over, and it doesn't even look like it's been used. Does Raiden make the... Oh, yeah, it's the same in Japanese. It's the same in Japanese.
Raiden, Over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Raiden, stop focusing on the props. Yeah. Yeah, the Colonel's starting to get worried here. We're being a little too investigative here. Maybe that's why he calls me here, to tell me to hurry the fuck up and to stop hanging around. Because he'll do that in like a few seconds now, I think. Oh, maybe he doesn't do it on NG+. Wow, is this a call that doesn't play on NG+? Because it ties into, like, the tutorializing of things? Normally he calls you here if you spend longer than a couple of minutes walking around and says, Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed north or whatever. And it always stood out to me because Otacon never does that on the tanker. When you're walking around on the tanker, Otacon never calls you to tell you to hurry up. It always stood out to me as just a nice bit of mirroring between the two sections, and how on the tanker, you know, Otacon is your bro, but in the plant you are under the thumb of the Colonel. You have no free will. There's an interesting thing here as well. If we go back, we can find the thermal goggles. We do still get called about our swimming controls, though.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions.
Maybe.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
I think Otacon is just too scared of Snake. Yeah, and the Colonel is not afraid at all of Raiden. But if we go back down here... Actually, first, I guess I should talk about that dialogue. That is not intentional dialogue. The way his voice changed there, that was re-recorded for the HD collection. Whenever the Colonel specifically talks about controls in these tutorial calls, the dialogue is re-recorded. And I think it's because in the original game, you know, they mentioned specific DualShock controllers and controls that just don't exist for the modern systems. Maybe some kind of copyright issue as well. Not being allowed to name certain things that were named before. And maybe it has to do with the games being like multi-plat. The fact that the HD collection released on multiple systems at the same time and needing a standardized controls, you know, needing standardized controls dialogue for all the different versions. I'm not exactly sure why it was done, but something along those lines. It is pretty fitting, though. Yeah. Oh, maybe I am getting the dialogue where he tells me to hurry up. I think I am.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
Nice. We can still get it. Cool. But yeah, if we go down here, we can find thermal goggles. And these thermal goggles are our thermal goggles. Remember, in the previous cutscene, Raiden makes a point of having left his goggles behind. He says that the plant's lights are functioning. I won't need the IR goggles, and he just leaves them there. I always thought that was an interesting detail, and kind of unique for an MGS protagonist. You know, that they just leave one of their items behind, which you can then go and pick up straight away in the opening scene. It's just, it stands out to me as being a strange detail. Is there any, like, specific reason for that? Why do they make a point of Raiden dropping the thermal goggles that he brought with him? Is it supposed to highlight that he's not really ready for what he's in for here? Is it supposed to show like a lack of experience? Oh, the lights are on here. I won't need my thermal goggles. As if to say, like, you know, he thinks this is going to be a really simple mission. A lack of preparedness, or... yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's they definitely do that for a purpose. Or it feels to me like it's purposeful. Like, why? Why do that? Why does he decide to leave his goggles, which he can then pick up? In the game plan as well, they talk about Raiden's goggles being symbolic, how it's supposed to be like an alien, symbolizing Raiden's kind of how new he is to the series and how alien he feels as a character. Like, Raiden's whole shtick as a character is his lack of identity, that he's in search of. He's Pinocchio. He wants to be a real boy, and he doesn't know how. He doesn't know what to believe in. And that's his whole arc in this game. He needs to find something to believe in. He needs to become real. And I think the alien eyes are probably supposed to tie in with that idea. Kojima specifically noted that it was to replicate the classic gray alien design as well, with the iconic eyes. Raiden's hair as well is supposed to tie into this idea. The pure white hair, like like a blank slate, completely white, completely pure, something blank, something alien, without identity. The skull suit, I would imagine, is supposed to tie into that idea as well. And Kojima uses skulls for that purpose throughout the series. Skulls usually are there to symbolize a lack of identity. Or, that no matter your skin color, your ethnicity, your background, we're all skeletons underneath. That's what the MSF logo is getting at. That they'll take in anyone from any background. They're devoid of any specific identity. I remember, I think it was Jankal said before as well that in Japanese, that line about the skull suit also comes across as being much more ominous. Like it's supposed to be a bad omen. Like, as if to say he's like a dead man. Like, he's dead. He's kind of like the living dead almost. I think that's also an idea that's supposed to be conveyed there. Maybe if Jankal is still there in the chat, he'll be able to come in with the knowledge. I don't think he is. But yeah, I think in Japanese it comes across as being a bit more sinister. And speaking of all this, skeletons and aliens and Raiden devoid of, or Raiden as someone without identity. If we call the Colonel here, we can also find out about our very unique blood.
Raiden. You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
Yeah, so that's kind of uncomfortable. We are only just now finding out that our blood has been taken from us. Here we are in the middle of the mission, and Raiden is surprised when he learns that his blood has been taken from him. Well, you better do what they say then, Raiden, if you want to get your blood back after this mission. You better stay in line. But yeah, I always really liked that detail, how he's surprised by this. He wasn't briefed beforehand on his blood being taken from him. His blood originally was going to be white blood as well. You know how he has that white artificial blood in MGS4? In MGS2, originally that was the idea too, that it was going to be white blood. But they couldn't get it looking good. It's as simple as that. They couldn't get the blood looking good, so they just left it as red blood. And it's supposed to be a callback to Policenauts too. In Policenauts, there are these beings known as Frozeners, and they're kind of like the artificial cyborgs of that game, in a sense. They're these artificial beings, and they have white blood, so a meaningful tie-in to Policenauts there too, tying in with Raiden's character as this artificial being. What about the bugs? Are the bugs real?
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
Hold on a second here. Someone asked a question. So the blood in MGS4 is the same kind of blood that he has here canonically? I mean, I've no idea. We don't really get enough information on the blood to really know what the full idea was or how that idea changed. Maybe the original Metal Gear Rising would have shed light on it. You know, the game that game was going to take place in between 2 and 4, and it probably would have shed a lot of light on how Raiden became this cyborg ninja, and maybe it would have went into the technical details of it. But But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was different blood in 4 because he was a very different... He's quite different in 4, you know, he is still human in this. And in MGS4, he's, you know, like, the majority of his body parts are artificial. The only things that are supposed to be real in MGS4 are his spinal cord, his heart, his brain, and like the top half of his head. Everything else is supposed to be completely artificial. So yeah, all of these details at the start of the plant, highlighting how unreal everything is. We have Raiden as a character, all these items that are described as if they are props almost. The submarine, the gym suit. The whole thing with them taking Snake's identity from Raiden as well, I would imagine that was to tie in with the player's own experience. How this was a twist initially. How the player thought that they were going to be playing as Snake, but then they play as Raiden. You know, you get... They take Snake's identity away from Raiden in the same ways that they take Snake away from the player. Kind of aligning Raiden's experiences with the player. You know, a big part of Raiden's character is that he's a stand-in for the player. That's like one side of his character. He's this VR-trained soldier who has completed MGS1 in VR. He's completed the tanker in VR. For the majority of the game, we're led to believe that he has no real experience other than VR. We find out later that that isn't the truth and that he has his own entire history separate from the players. But yeah, I would imagine that's kind of what they were getting at there. Taking Snake away from Raiden in the same way. Taking his identity away from him. I guess it makes sense given that he it really feels like he's role playing as well, you know. He's putting on this act that can easily be taken away from him. It's like with the flick of a switch he becomes someone else. Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Patriots. These are things that were added to the HD collection. This was not in the original game. Metal Gear 2, Sons of Patriots. Almost looks like Guns of Patriots. Why they added this, I don't know. But yeah, weird little thing that they added. It may not have been Bluepoint as well that added this. We do know that Kojima Productions added certain things to the HD collection, as well some of like the minor graphics as well, like stuff kind of like this. So yeah, maybe this was actually a Kojima Productions edition. Who knows? There's another couple of calls that I want to do. Let me just catch up with the chat as well. Yeah, in the original game, it's unreadable. It's just a big blob. But it doesn't even look like there was anything written there to begin with in the original. It's just blocks of nothing. let me do a couple of optional calls here. Another little detail here as well. On the codec screen, you might notice that those bars are shaped kind of like a pistol. It didn't look like that on the tanker. It didn't look like that at all on the tanker. On the tanker, it's shaped kind of naturally, the way it spirals up. And it mimics exactly how it is in MGS1 too. The codec screen in MGS1 looks exactly like how it looks in the tanker, or at least the way these bars are shaped. But for some reason, when we get to the plant, it's shaped differently. Why is that?
To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle. The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Yeah, whenever we're told about something new that we can do, some new action that you couldn't perform in MGS1 or VR missions, he always prefaces it by saying, unlike in VR training. Unlike in VR training, you can now punch in first person, aim in first person view.
Move in close to the enemy. Get real. Move in behind the enemy. Get real.
Get real, Colonel. You're not the real Roy Campbell.
Right. Push the R. Get real. Once you see the codec screen, set the frequency by moving the left. Definitely not. Right. When you're flattened against a corner. Whatever.
Okay, now this next call. This is the good one.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
There it is. So if you were here earlier at the start of the MGS1 playthrough, this might make more sense to you. MGS1 has a tutorial call that mimics this. Well, really, this is the one that mimics MGS1. But, yeah, at the start of MGS1, if you repeatedly call the Colonel again and again and again, he'll teach you about luring the enemy and deceiving the enemy, leaning up against the wall and knocking and all that stuff. And after the standard part of the tutorial is over, where they're just explaining the controls and what you can do, Naomi butts in and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds, only beautiful women such as yourself." And that's exactly what this call is mimicking. They're taking that dialogue and reusing it. Except here, it kind of feels like there's no context for it in a way. That maybe it's another indication that the Colonel, that there's something up with the Colonel. Although I also think that it could be applied in some ways to Raiden and Rose's relationship. And the fact that Raiden is keeping his entire life a secret from Rose. You know, that he's not revealing anything about who he really is, about his real past. And that's a sort of deception in a way. But, yeah, I also think it could be the Colonel just reusing dialogue where there isn't context for it, because he does do that later on as well, where he'll just spout off MGS1 responses when there's like no context for it. Deception should be one of your strong points, or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman? Like, it makes sense with regards to his relationship with Rose. I think. In MGS1, the call is kind of interesting in and of itself as well, I think, because it feels like it's an early indication that Naomi has something against Snake. You know, when she butts in and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" You know, it kind of sounds spiteful the way she says it. And Snake doesn't appear to pick up on it, and he says, "Only beautiful women such as yourself." I wonder if she also has that spiteful sounding tone in Japanese. But yeah, it's crazy, some of the attention to detail in this, the lengths that they go to when it comes to twisting and mirroring things from the first game. Like things right down to minor tutorial calls such as this. It's kind of crazy.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Hey, what's up, Serial? So, in this next scene, we see Snake resemble a couple of characters from MGS1. First is Gray Fox, because he's the other intruder besides me, and he's already taken out 3 people, exactly the same as that one scene in MGS1 when we find out that Gray Fox has taken out 3 people. They say he's using stealth. So, Snake is filling the role of this wild card that nobody knows about, the other intruder besides me. And that's one reason that I think you should have to maybe be a little bit suspicious of the Colonel when he says that he's not a part of the simulation. Right? Because Gray Fox wasn't either. What if this is just supposed to resemble Gray Fox? And him not being a part of the simulation is a part of the simulation. But also in this next scene, you see him resemble Liquid Snake. At the start of MGS1, you see someone else go up the elevator before you do, and that's Liquid Snake. And now we see Solid Snake go up the elevator before we do. And then we are also told that Solid Snake this time is the terrorist kingpin. And of course, in MGS1, the guy who went up the elevator was the terrorist kingpin. So it also ties in with that idea that the mystery they try to create surrounding Solid and Solidus and who the real terrorist kingpin is and who the real Solid Snake is.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
All right. I really love how this plant area starts in the morning and ends at night. Yeah, I really like what they do with the lighting and the weather and how they try and really make the time of day symbolic. You know, on the tanker, it kind of feels like it's foreshadowing Raiden with the thunderstorm. And in the script for the game, they talk about the meaning behind the start of the plant chapter, how it's just before morning. You know, when Raiden... Another detail that I didn't mention earlier, which I always thought was kind of interesting too, is how the tanker ends with Snake being submerged underwater. It's the last image you see of Snake on the tanker, how he submerges under the water. He gets pulled beneath the water. And then the first image you see of Raiden is him coming up from the water, from below the water. His head pops up. So it's kind of like the rebirth of the character, or the death of one character, supposedly, and the birth of this new character. But the fact that the sun hasn't come up yet is also supposed to tie in with Raiden's identity still being masked. While the sun is still about to come up, we don't know who this character really is yet. And then in this next scene, when he goes up the elevator and removes his mask, the sun has just come up. So it ties in with the reveal. Like, there's nowhere to hide. This is who you're playing as. This is the main character. It's the full reveal. His Snake identity has been taken away from him. Your name is now on the dog tags. The game begins. You're up on the helipad. You're up on the top of Strut A. So I think that's just a really cool idea. And yeah, it just kind of fits with the vibe, that opening scene on the plant where everything's kind of shrouded in mystery, everything's so dark, the helicopters are flying in, you can see the moon reflected on the water in one shot, I think. Maybe that's supposed to be the sun. But yeah, pretty cool. And then the sunset later on is supposed to symbolize Emma's death. Emma dies as the sun sets. And then the game kind of ends where it starts in terms of the lighting. You kind of, you know, at Federal Hall, it's just before the sun comes up, it kind of feels like. Anyway, it's kind of dark and dreamy. Kind of a Twilight-looking feel about it. Okay, let's call the Colonel.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
Okay. So Raiden is not disturbed by the fact that this is level 1 from the VR missions. He is reassured because he's been trained for this. That's a bit odd. This is level 1 of the VR missions. Oh yeah, I see it now. Just do as you're trained and everything will be alright. You've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. So what does he mean by level 1 of the VR missions? When you look at this place, chances are you're going to think more of the dock from MGS1. You have the forklift and the lift at the back. The deep sea dock area. Lots of things that might remind you of MGS1. And maybe you might wonder, maybe that's what he means by level 1 of the VR missions, because we have experienced MGS1 in VR, according to the Colonel. And Raiden, you know, we're told that he has already completed Shadow Moses in VR. But no, I think he also does mean level 1 from the VR missions. Because while the whole area might not resemble level 1 from the VR missions, again, it's a kind of mesh of multiple things. There are parts of it that really strongly do resemble level 1 from the VR missions. Where you begin at the bottom left of the screen with an obstruction right in front of you here, where you have to run right and then up. And just like level 1 in the VR missions, you have a little slot to hide here. And when you get up to the top right of the area, you get to the goal. The node is just where the goal would be in level 1 of the VR missions. And like the Colonel said, it is colored blue, just like the goal in VR missions. So, yeah, I think it is supposed to resemble level 1 from the VR missions, just not entirely. It's MGS1, it's level 1 of the VR missions, and it's its own thing as well at the same time. One really cool detail here as well, when we come back to fight Fortune later, all of this stuff will still be here, it'll just be rearranged. The forklift will be in a different place, all of these crates will be laid out. See how these crates are all tucked into this central section? They're all packed away neatly here, along with all of these barrels. These will all be spread out later for the Fortune fight, which is just a really cool little detail, I think. Almost as if it was like that these are materials specifically for the boss fight. It's kind of how it feels like to me. These are all the materials that they need for the boss fight. They just haven't set it up yet. That's why this stuff is here. That's what I like to think anyway. I think it makes sense given that everything else is like a sort of prop, right? You know, that's what this place is really for. It's really here to be Raiden's testing ground.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
I like his choice of words there. Find ones that haven't been yet individualized. Find a weapon without identity, just like you, Raiden. But yeah, I also have to question the Colonel here. I think maybe he's talking shit here. And he wants us to do things as it has been scripted. There are weapons laid out specifically for Raiden in certain places, and he is only authorized to get those weapons. Maybe. Maybe they really are ID locked. I don't know. But, you know, the Colonel does like to lie about almost everything. But it's especially interesting considering one call that we get later, which kind of ties in with this. So we'll talk more about this later on, when it comes to the weapons and if they're really ID locked or not. Bo-do-do. Hold on one second, guys.
That's tasty.
I was looking down at the chat there, and then I looked back up. Mother Teresa. Yeah, I guess this was what we named Raiden last time. This was our code name last time. Yeah, that's a good one. Damn, I remember we had some good ideas for MGS2 names a couple of weeks ago, and now I can't remember what they were. Ah, shit. Hold on one second. Something with banana. Mother Teresa is pretty good. Those crates are perfectly aligned. Is this Otacon's handiwork? Maybe that's a callback to Otacon. A Furious Thrust with the 50 months as well. Thank you very much. McBain. Jesus Christ. I don't think I've ever seen anyone recommend Jesus Christ. Suggest Jesus Christ. AJ, you can't really go wrong with AJ. It's a bit of a classic, isn't it? Skibbity toilet, or whatever the kids say. Jesus Christ is hella boring. Billy, just Billy, one word. Steve 2. The Rizzler. Mary Poppins. Mary Poppenheimer, Mo Lester, Quentin Tarantino. Why would that be funny? Come on. Put some effort in. David O. Seymour Butts. Michael Penis. Dixie Normus. Dixie Normus might be funny.
Bisexual.
I reckon that'd get a few laughs at the end of MGS2. I see Wiener. I kind of like that. I kind of like I see Wiener. Mike Litterus. That's good. Ned Flanders. Tom Cruise. I think I might have put Tom Cruise on the tags before. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second, 1 second. Of course, you can also put developer names on the tags. Let me just show that for those of you that haven't seen it. If we put Kajimbles here, we can get his info. For some reason on the HD collection, you don't get the year of the person. On the original console, on PS2, you could get the year, but you're not allowed to enter a year on this for some reason. And we get Kojima's details, but the year is not allowed. If you put today's date, you get a happy birthday message. Some other developers are in there as well. If you put in Yoji Shinkawa. You get Yoji's details. I think So Toyota should be here, but maybe not on this version. Yeah, I think you can get So Toyotas in one of the other versions. Ikuya Nakamura as well, I think. Hey, cool. Anyway, getting back to where we were with the actual name. I don't think Moto Satomori is there. C-Men. Paddy O Furniture. Nah. That's pretty good, actually. Okay. All right, patio furniture. Okay. Wait, what is... Yeah, that's just a full stop. Patio furniture. Okay. No! AJ, a Panese furniture. Shit. Yeah, I guess I'll just put the O next to furniture. Shit. Now it's just gonna look janky, though. That just looks like a mess. Patio furniture. That's just silly. Dixie Normus. Pedio. Pong Linus. No. Phil McCracken. Pat O Furniture. But no, it doesn't work. It's supposed to mimic patio furniture. Bitch Boy will get the laughs. Wait, didn't we do OJ for the last playthrough? The last playthrough was OJ Simpson, yeah. That's what we did during the last marathon, I think. You're just getting it now, Mr. Man. I didn't get it straight away either. It took me a few seconds. Pat McGroin. Testicles. Harry Mason. Michael Vick. Betty Betty Swallocks. I quite like Betty Swallocks. Ken Barlow. Cat Slater. I don't think I've ever spent this long on this screen, by the way. I think this is the longest we've ever searched for a name here. Amanda Hug and Kiss. No! Why do you keep suggesting that? Is there something about that that I'm not getting? Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein could be good. Just dick and balls. Mike Hunt is bald. Okay, we need to wrap this up soon. We need to wrap this up. You might have heard a siren outside there. I don't know. I have my headphones on, but the window is open. Microplastics. I think I might just have to go with AJ Epinese, man, if I can't think of anything that I really want to commit to. How about just the classic Dixie Normus? Icy Wiener? That I do like that one, yeah. Let me see how it looks. That would be pretty funny, seeing that, I think, at the end of MGS2. When Raiden looks at the dog tags. From Germany. That's the icing on the cake. Of course he's from Germany. That whole joke is for a pizza delivery to a cryogenics lab. It makes no sense here. It doesn't really have to make much sense. It's just supposed to be a funny name. All it needs to be is Icy Wiener. It doesn't need to make any more sense than that. Michael Penis. Michael Penis. Okay. Mike Roch. Right, let's do it. It's going to be Icy Wiener. Or is it? Am I happy with this? I'm not happy with this. I don't think I am. I need something better than this. Mo Lester. How about throw me, asshole? I do kind of like that. See you later, SB. Chester the Molester. Can we fit that? If we can fit that, I'm doing it. I don't think that's gonna fit. This definitely isn't fitting. Oh. Chester the Mole. I don't know why I find that funny. Yeah, how about just Chester the Mole? Yeah, it goes from, I think that's it. It goes from being something not so innocent to something that sounds very innocent. Chester the Mole, very cute. Okay, right, that's what we're doing. Chester the Mole. And everyone is going to be very confused when they read that at the end of MGS2. Okay.
It's not funny.
All right.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
Did you like it?
It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
I was really struggling not to burst out laughing thinking of Chester the Mole there. Oh boy, okay. Let's wait for this guy to wake up. God damn it, Chester.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
That adorable little scamp. Right. I want to quickly bring this guy over here. Bait this guy down so he sees the body. Knock him out. Spank. Come on.
Who's there?
Bum. Bum. Bum.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
No way. Does somebody actually have that name? Choir gifted a sub to Chester the Mole. Somebody has that as a name. Or can you just gift out subs to names that don't exist? Maybe that guy had the same idea as us and he wasn't allowed to say molester. Maybe that was against TOS, so he went with mole. Oh my god, we have a kindred spirit out there somewhere. They have highlights from 9 years ago? Wow. Chester the Molester was a comic strip by Dwayne B. Tinsley, Hustler magazine cartoon editor. Yeah, but what about Chester the Mole? That's cool, though. He's gonna be confused. I wonder if he still goes on Twitch. SB, did I thank you for your 106 months as well? Thank you very much. Alright, so here we are at the top of Strut A. I love the lighting and just how this looks. The way the colors look here. And we were talking earlier about the symbolic lighting in this game and the time of day. When we come up here, Raiden points it out as well. That it'll only take 1 sentry to spot me in this light. And then the Colonel says, you've never had daylight VR training, have you? Which it might make you think of the scene that mirrors this in MGS1. You know, when we come up the elevator in MGS1 and it's pitch dark. It's night and the whole game takes place at night until the final cutscene. When it's morning. But, yeah, so all of... Raiden does not have experience for the daylight. I really love just the sound during that elevator scene as well. Very surreal. The big unrealistic swooshing sounds when he pulls off the mask. Here we have the seagulls. The infamous seagulls that can shit on you. Do it. Do it.
What a load of bullshit.
So they went to incredible lengths
Gross.
to recreate this bird shit. Back in the day, Kojima made a tweet about it not so long ago, like sometime last year, when he was reminiscing on the old days and how they used to make games as opposed to today. Not being able to go online to get all the reference materials that they needed in an instant. He said back when they were making MGS2, they had to go out and bring in real bird shit. And there was one guy in particular that took bird shit off of his own car to bring into the office. He scraped the bird shit off his car to bring into the office so they could recreate it exactly like this. And I think you can really see that it paid off, because this, look at how specifically this is detailed here. You know, you can really tell that they looked at real bird shit closely when creating this image. I'm not getting any on the right hand side. He didn't take a picture? No, I don't think so. I think he chiseled it off the windscreen and brought it in. Put it in a bag like Skullface and brought it up to Kojima's table, up to Kojima's desk. Here you go, boss. Kojima's eyes widen. Well done, well done. Very good, very good. No, maybe they did just take pictures of it. I can't remember. They probably did just take pictures and bring it into the office. Maybe they didn't actually scrape bird shit off the car.
Did you like it?
But yeah, some real authentic bird shit. We got unlucky this time because they didn't...
That's tasty.
Oh, nice. Okay, they still have some left in the tank. Sometimes you can cover the whole screen, but we're only getting it on one side here. The disappointing thing about this, though, is that it doesn't affect the character model. You only get it on the camera. disappointing. Yeah, it really feels like they're trying to portray you as the anti-Solid Snake here. Setting up for the anti-power fantasy. Would they really humiliate Snake like this? Would they really shit on Solid Snake at the start of an MGS game and have him slip on bird shit? Technically, you can slip on bird shit as Solid Snake in this game, but you have to play Snake Tails. Another cool detail here. If we try and open the doors that lead inside, we find that they are locked. And in order to get inside, once again, we have to follow a hole that Snake cut open. We've been following in Snake's footsteps the whole way so far. He cut a hole in the oil fence, which allowed us to get into the plant to begin with, and now he's allowing us access to the main part of the facility. Where would we be without him?
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up.
Definitely
You
not.
can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
And if we look down again and call the Colonel again, we can actually get some more information.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
You don't think that he got away? You thought he would have been caught by now?
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Love this theme. And just the design of Strut A. It's so sleek and sterile and polished.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Not a speck of dust in here. And as soon as we come in, this guy goes up to open up those doors that were locked just now. As soon as we come in.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
How?
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I'm actually just gonna leave him here for now. But yeah, if we go back up, we can see that this guy has now opened up those doors that were preventing us from accessing the place just now. Which is just kind of funny. And he just stays up here doing patrols. Ah, fuck.
There's somebody there.
Nope. Bo-da-do-do. Man, I love the lighting at this point in the game, this early morning look. Something I forgot to point out earlier. You can see here one of Fat Man's bombs, obviously. We can't freeze it yet because we need to meet Stillman first before we get the coolant. But down below at the bottom of strut A, you can see... Wah! Hold on. Down below at the bottom of strut A, you can see Fat Man's final bomb. You know, the one that's on a timer. You go down before the fortune fight to freeze it. Once you deactivate all the bombs up here, you get sent down to that one at the bottom of strut A on a timer. You can see that bomb right at the start of the game, except it doesn't have a light that's blinking on it. Which is a cool detail, right? Because that one only becomes active when all of the other ones go offline, as Stillman says later on. But yeah, I forgot to show it, unfortunately. Just a neat little thing that you might pick up on repeat playthroughs. Whoa, I'm not used to hearing that. Fuck. Considering I've triggered an alert, let me show something else here too. I'm gonna let them see me again. Hello. Oh god. I might be fucked actually. Woo! Okay.
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary. Maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right, so first of all, that call is really easy to miss. You can only get it early in the game. I think once you meet Vamp, from that point on, I think it's impossible to trigger that call. It's definitely impossible to trigger after Stillman. Maybe you can still do it after Vamp. But yeah, you have to do it really early. But yeah, cool call. And it's interesting as well, I think, because it might tie into the fact that Rose's life really hinges on Raiden's success here. That if Raiden dies, so does Rose. And I think that might be a big part of why she was so scared there. That it wasn't just for Raiden's life. It was that she was almost a dead woman herself if Raiden died. And now I'll show something else that ties in with this. If I go back outside, I'm going to intentionally kill myself here. Now, let's see if we got
Jack, what's going on?
Yeah.
Answer me! Jack? Jack!
You hear Rose's gasp there? Her final gasp? For the longest time, I thought that was just a gasp, as many of you probably did too. No, that is Rose dying. That is Rose's life getting cut off because they're all hooked up to this same nanomachine network and the system registers Raiden's death and kills Rose. You know, there's that line at the end of the game when the Patriots are taunting Raiden, how he has to follow their orders. You know, that the life of Olga's child is in his hands, and not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way. That's what they're hinting at there. That like they are literally all hooked up to this same network. Like that it's an automatic thing that the system registers. Which I guess ties in with this mission failed screen in a way too, because this mission failed screen is also supposed to be like a part of GW's interface or something. You know, all this code that you see on the bottom underneath continue and exit, that's all analyzing your stats and your performance. Arm strength is the first one. Arm strength. That's your grip gauge, which is 0 at the moment for Raiden because I haven't leveled up my grip gauge. Underneath that is the amount of saves, which is interesting too because it also counts tanker saves. Ammo used, the amount of ammo you've used, the alert number, the amount of kills, NUET, that's neutralized, damage amount, the points of damage received, camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. I think those are like the camera coordinates of your camera. In like the position that the camera was in when Raiden died, I think. Area move. I always thought that was the amount of times that you've moved between areas, but like the amount of times you've triggered a loading screen, essentially. But I don't think it is. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Vanished point is the area code that of the area that you're currently in. So W12A is the area code for this area. And in certain areas, you can actually see it written in the environment, which I'll show later on, or DRK might show later on if he's here for that part. But yeah, all of this kind of ties in with the story in a way, which is cool. Of course, on the tanker, you get the classic game over screen, which mirrors the classic screen from MGS1, and you get the classic theme music that plays. But for this screen, it's different. We get all this crazy code and it says mission failed instead of game over, which I would imagine is to tie in with the whole idea of VR training and this mission as a simulation. And, you know, it's there to make you question if what you're seeing is real or some kind of virtual reality. Because, of course, a game did come out in between MGS1 and VR missions, MGS VR missions. And whenever you fail a VR mission, it always says mission failed, not game over. So it ties in with the whole VR missions idea and, you know, Raiden as this simulated soldier who has only completed VR training, supposedly. So yeah, it's there to make you question whether this is VR or not. Or maybe it's there to kind of highlight the idea that maybe reality has become indistinguishable from virtual reality. But yeah, pretty interesting what they do with this screen. The whole detail with Rose, that's written in the game script, by the way. If you look at the game script, it'll reveal that little detail that is supposed to be Rose's death. Rose has a few variations on that dialogue, like the mission fail dialogue where she screams out for Jack. So she has a few variations on it, but the one constant is that she has that gasp at the very end. Each variation has the long pause and then the at the end. So it really makes it much more disturbing now, I think. Ever since I learned that piece of information, it's made this mission fail screen all the more disturbing. Maybe that's what the gunshot is supposed to symbolize when we press continue. Prudence is the amount of saves. And a reference to Psycho Mantis, yeah, when he says you are a prudent person. Yeah. I forgot to point out a couple of the other little bits of code. The one on the bottom right is a reference to the guy who created that mission failed screen. He also did other fancy visuals for the game, like the Otacon network on the tanker. You know, Otacon's photograph thingamajig, his photograph program. Juntaro Saito is his name. And that's his little signature on the bottom right of the screen. Of the mission fail screen. Him putting his stamp on the thing. His signature. When people die, do they catch a breath? Oh, I think it would depend on how they die. I think heart attacks can often happen in that way. But, yeah, I have no idea if they actually thought about the technicalities of her death in that way. I'm not sure how realistic it's supposed to be, or, you know, if she was supposed to die in one very specific way. Actually, I should knock him out. I'm under attack! Nah. Fuck it, let's go to strut F. Yeah, it might make you think of Ames or something. and how he dies, mimicking Fox die.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that.
Easy money.
Alpha Zero, report.
Damn it, cover the president!
Come in, Alpha Zero.
This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that...
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Is that a Terminator 2 reference? It's the only other thing I associate that line with. Easy money. John Connor in Terminator 2. Especially because Terminator 2 did significantly influence MGS2. And the twist of Arnold becoming the good guy after he was the bad guy in the previous game. I think that influenced some of the twists in MGS2. I'm not sure if that's what that line is referencing, though. Or if it's supposed to be referencing anything. You son of a bitch. Go, 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 go. Man, the light looks so nice here. Okay, let's go get this M9.
Nothing here.
So we can't do much in here right now. We don't have a key card. We can't go back to any of the other struts because we don't have the right card. But if you come here early, you can get the M9. This one room here doesn't require a card. And inside, we have a pretty precious weapon. Bam, bam.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The president is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A.
I don't feel like it.
Where am I playing this? In my bedroom.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
Ba-da-ba-bum.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil. The end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Yeah, I'm playing on PS3. The HD collection on PS3.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
I love how he really sounds like he, you know, roger that. He is gonna just completely brush that aside and never think about it again. But yeah, it would seem like, once again, Raiden might have a point in questioning the weapons of the terrorists and what exactly is going on with the weapons here. You know, when he's questioning the ID locks earlier. These are black market Russian weapons. How could they be equipped with identification functionality? You know, good point. These are professionals we're dealing with, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their own weapons be used against them. And then when Rose butts in here, she says, oh, you know, I'm sure the terrorists probably brought it in with them. No, it looks like they've been here since before them. Since before they arrived. You know, you would imagine Raiden had you know, that was a good point. And in the context of the story as a whole, you would think it would make sense that the Patriots had these left out specifically for Raiden to pick up as a part of this simulation. You know, this is all a test run designed to go down a specific way. He's only authorized to pick up weapons in certain places. I guess you could say it's designed as like that kind of ties in with it mimicking MGS1 as well, you know, OSP. But I don't know, maybe they do have ID locks. Either way, they're obviously bullshitting about this weapon in here. Ba-da-bum-bum. When I use the word simulation, I don't mean VR necessarily. You know, a simulation doesn't have to be virtual reality. Go, 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 go. It's suspicious when he picked up Pliskin's weapon and shoots at Vamp, yeah. Raiden asks earlier when they talk about the ID locks, he says, I assume it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear too. And they say yes, that they're ID locked as well. And you would imagine that Snake got one of their guns somehow. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Man. I also kind of think it fits nicely with the whole video game VR meta-narrative that... Like, it's kind of like Raiden is trying to use real-life logic. You know? Like, why can't I just pick up the enemy's guns? Kind of typical gamey stuff, you know? That you might see in a lot of different games. Like, why can't I just pick up all the enemy's weapons and stuff? No. Don't use real logic. You must play by the rules of the game. You must do it, and you must do it like it was done in the previous game. This has all been scripted to go down a certain way. You play by the rules. You pick up the weapons that have been laid out for you.
Freeze!
Are you going to shoot me?
Yes. You can shoot out the monitors here as well. And if you look closely at the monitors, you can see different parts of the pump room, which we can't access right now. But that's inside there. It actually doesn't seem to make complete sense, this, because when we go into this room later, there are no cameras being pointed at a lot of these areas that we can see up here, which seems a bit odd. There is one camera in there, but this would give you this gives the indication that there are more than just one. Okay. Now we'll take a look at the node.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The president is in trouble.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Okay. So that's another weird little detail. Why did Rose use a brochure instead of the database? Why is she giving us the brochure as information? Why do they make a point out of that? In this game, that's all about information and the passing on of information and information control. You would think the source of information here is important in some way. Is it because the database would have like the real information on what this place actually is? And it's highlighting the fact that Raiden is being given the same line of bullshit that the public gets? You know, that he's being told... you know, that he's being fed the cover story. Just kind of highlighting that fact, perhaps. If the database it has the, you know, all the information on what this place is really used for. Just a cover for Arsenal gear. Just a big shell with an Arsenal gear inside it. Or underneath it. A big shell protecting Arsenal gear underneath it would be more appropriate. A turtle shell. Well, let me see if I can get this call. It can be kind of awkward to trigger.
Raiden, didn't you hear what...
No! Talk to me about the node, Colonel.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs.
Wow, I don't remember ever triggering that one before. Why is this call so awkward? Maybe I can't get it now. I usually do it before this point.
Raiden, Radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first-person view as well.
The original name for the big shell was the Big Blue Apple, I think, right? It's been a while since I've heard that mentioned. But yeah, I think it was the Big Blue Apple.
Nodes are the terminals
Here we
of the
go.
Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the Action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the Action button in front of the terminal.
I just Googled it. Yeah, originally it was going to be called the Big Blue Apple. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find more information. But yeah, that call is kind of interesting, right? Because it doesn't really sound too Roy Campbell-esque. Installing programs in people's nanomachines. It's not really the kind of stuff you hear the Colonel talk about, usually. Tech wizard Roy Campbell. I mean, it could be a simple process installing those nanomachines, I guess. Installing those programs. Hold on a second. In Kojima's grand game plan for MGS2, the Big Shell was originally to have been called the Big Blue Apple, a combination of Big Blue Sea and the Big Apple, nicknames for the ocean and New York City, respectively. There was also to have been an aquarium for all the aquatic wildlife in the Hudson Bay, which could be used to monitor and identify wildlife via a miniature submarine device, as well as to have Doc give more details on the marine environment. That's another scrapped character, or like a name that was going to be given to... Who was Doc going to be again? I love reading about scrapped MGS2 ideas. They're always really interesting to read about. Dr. William Doc Wilson is a character that was cut during the development of MGS2. A brilliant mathematician, was to have been the scientist who developed Arsenal Gear's AI. But yeah, Doc was going to give details on the marine environment and the fauna when contacted. It's also implied that it drew out gold and silver minerals from the sewers. These features ultimately never made the cut. Additionally, although the Big Shell's involvement in Arsenal Gear's construction was the same, it was originally to have been constructed to raise up the USS Discovery, nicknamed the Arsenal ship, and recover valuable data on Arsenal Gear in order to resume its development. Okay, interesting stuff. Okay, I think we can keep going.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Hanging? Arctic Freeze with the 13 months, thank you very much. And Liquid Snack with the 35, thank you. All right. Let's do some hanging. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Familiar?
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
Bisexual. That's tasty.
What are you?
Bisexual.
Five today.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange.
Bisexual. Bisexual.
Did you like it?
You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
What a load of bullshit. What a load of bullshit.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
Bullshit.
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
Fuck you, asshole!
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
Bisexual. You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sent that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero. Currently at the bridge.
Did I not pick up the shaver? I guess I didn't.
Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden?
Fuck you,
Strange
asshole!
code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday. Hello, Cuervo.
All right, so we're back. Here we meet Pliskin, Iroquois Pliskin. We get introduced to Dead Cell, officially, the members of Dead Cell. The inspiration behind Dead Cell is pretty interesting. I always like to bring up the real-life inspiration behind Dead Cell. They are based on a team which were known as Red Cell in reality. And this team, in reality, they did the exact same thing as Dead Cell. They staged kidnappings, and they were used to test the effectiveness of government facilities, military bases. Yeah, and they got up to some pretty wild stuff, just like Colonel Jackson in this game, just like Fortune's husband. The real-life leader of Dead Cell was also accused of misappropriating government funds and was found guilty. And I think he went on to deny all of that, and that he claimed that he was set up. And of course, in MGS2, we find out that Fortune's husband was set up by the Patriots. And all of this was done in order to make the members of Dead Cell snap and go rogue, which the Patriots believed they could then control. They thought they could more easily manipulate them, I think, once they disbanded, once they could cause that dissolution, once they could cause them to disband from their leader. But there's loads of controversies related to this real-life Red Cell. One of them was a 1986 kidnapping incident. And I just want to read you out this, just a little paragraph detailing this kidnapping incident. On March 20th, 1986, Red Cell team members kidnapped Ronald D. Sheridan, a civilian security guard who worked at Naval Weapons Station Seal Beach in Southern California, as part of an exercise to test the defense of the base. They took him to a nearby hotel where he was held for 30 hours and tortured, stripped, kicked, beaten, and repeatedly dunked into a flushing toilet and a bathtub filled with water. While in theory the kidnapping could prove a weakness, actually committing the torture served no useful purpose. In addition, the kidnapping was not even successful as a show of weakness. Sheridan's wife saw the suspicious men with a van and neutralized them with her own pistol. She was prevented from shooting the would-be kidnappers by her husband, calling her off and insisting it was part of an exercise, as he thought at the time it would be a brief matter. Since Sheridan was not naval personnel, he sued the government afterwards. So you can really see why Kojima found inspiration from this real-life Red Cell, right? It really fits with the theme of MGS2. This whole idea of simulations and unreality morphing into reality, or simulation becoming reality. Reality and the blurring between the two. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I think in reality, Richard Marcinko was certainly guilty of misappropriating those government funds too. There's also a video game based on this guy, Rogue Warrior, it's called. Some of you may be familiar with it. And I think he's written a book as well. He kind of portrays himself as a bit of an action hero guy, like this kind of larger-than-life figure. Again, I can see why Kojima found inspiration there. I'm just looking at some more stuff here on their Wikipedia page. 14-man team composed of 13 former members of SEAL Team 6. And I think they still have these red cells that operate today, or, you know, teams that basically, you know, have served the same purpose. you know, staging events like this in order to test the effectiveness of military bases and whatnot. Yeah, they would like take hostages as well, fake hostage deals and stuff. They would kidnap high-ranking personnel as well. I just want to see what it says about the leader here. Marcinko maintains that... Wait, hold on. The team was led by the former member Richard Marcinko until he was relieved of duty and charged with conspiracy, conflict of interest, and misappropriating funds. Marcinko maintains that these were made-up allegations as part of a vendetta against him, due to anger felt at senior levels at how easily Marcinko and his team had infiltrated bases and procured top-secret information from high-ranking individuals. A high-ranking Navy official cited in People magazine said there was no vendetta and that the general take was that Red Cell was a good thing. But yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Snake isn't too interested here. Of course, we also have... Hold on, I'll continue that thought.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
All right. Hey, how's it going, Billy, by the way? And yeah, that's me, just going on about my usual Red Cell shenanigans. But yeah, of course, you have the overt parallels to MGS1 with the Hallway of Blood with Grey Fox. Grey Fox, who used a blade, and then we encounter Vamp, who also uses a type of blade. Very similar to the hallway scene in MGS1. I think the moment where Vamp jumps behind Raiden and holds his hand out to his cheek, I think that's supposed to resemble the mark that Sniper Wolf leaves on Snake's cheek in MGS1. You know how she marks her territory for later and leaves that scratch on Snake's cheek? I think that's what happens there with Vamp as well. You know, you see him hold his hand right up to Raiden's face, and then Pliskin comes in blasting, and then it cuts to a shot and showing Raiden's face, but Vamp is gone. I think that's the mark Vamp left right before he jumped away from Snake's gunfire. In the game plan or the script for the game, one of those booklets, they also talk about how this area was designed to resemble a church with these windows. Like, not literally, but that the lighting here was supposed to that it was supposed to resemble a stained glass window, like a light shining through the church's stained glass window. I'm not sure if I ever got that feeling quite, but it does have a nice vibe about it here, the light and the smoke. The smoky look that it has. Yeah, it doesn't quite feel like a church, but again, I'm not really sure how it could with with windows like this. But you can still kind of see what they were going for with it. It does kind of have that look. Just the way the light looks against that smoky texture. You know, I guess they didn't want it to be to literally look like a church. That's just kind of what they were inspired by when it came to how they were going to light this area. Another interesting thing as well, when Pliskin arrived here in the original concept for the game, Pliskin was going to arrive looking like a much older man, that he was going to look like Solidus. And he was also going to appear with long blonde hair. You know how at the end of the tanker, Liquid points out how our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. That dialogue was written to foreshadow Snake appearing as an old man in the plant chapter. You know, it's alluding to the fact that they are... you know, it's alluding to, the dialogue alludes to Snake's accelerated aging and how they're all on the verge of death, how they're all going to become old soon. But in the end, they decided against that idea for whatever reason. And we don't see Snake as the old man until MGS4. But yeah, the accelerated aging idea was there since MGS2 at least, and maybe even since MGS1, you know, with the whole death at the genetic level thing that Liquid goes on about, how they're all on the verge of death. But yeah, that would have been interesting, seeing Solid Snake appear as an old man in the plant. If you read the script for the game, too, when Liquid has that dialogue at the end of the tanker, I don't think Snake responds to it in the scene. He just kind of looks at Liquid during the scene. But in the script, they say that Snake thinks of the recent accelerated aging he started to feel. So Snake is supposed to be thinking of his own accelerated aging in that scene that he started to feel recently, apparently. But yeah, it was all supposed to build up to him appearing here as this older man, but they cut that idea. You, of course, have the Escape from New York references here, too. Snake Plissken. This guy here, the Navy captain with the handcuff, the half a handcuff. Also, Escape from New York reference. Wolf gets shot in her head after her speech. I wasn't talking about Wolf at all, Bad Humans. Are you responding to someone else?
What's up, Jack?
Get real.
Hang in there.
No.
A Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge. Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
I said to you that Vamp and Wolf both have bullet holes in their heads. Then I was disputing Wolf's death with chat. Okay. I missed that.
Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Anything else?
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Am I up to date on everyone here? Thermal Drill with the 46, Decker with the crazy 125 months. Thank you, everyone.
Strut B is a generator facility that generates electricity for the big shell. The first floor is its substation.
Let's sign into the node. I'll take quick change off previous because I think DRK plays without it. And he'll be taken over soon. So Pliskin gave us his codec frequency, 141.80, the same frequency that's given to Miller in MGS1. The mentor. The man who is definitely who he says he is.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid!
Huh?
Think you can shoot that thing?
Yeah, he wakes up when he needs to.
I see. Right. Yep.
I see.
Damn kid.
I think now he's... Oh no. He will get... He will get very angry. Yeah, now he's very angry.
Raiden, I'm on your side. Raiden, I'm on your side.
I was thinking about what you said about the aging thing. I never took it as that. I took it initially in a metaphorical sense. What do you mean? With what Liquid says at the end of the tanker? No, yeah, no, it's supposed to be literally talking about their aging. You know, kind of a continuation of what you had at the end of MGS1 when he was talking about how they were all on the verge of death at the genetic level. But, yeah, originally he was going to appear as an old man in this. Or, you know, similar to Solidus, as old as Solidus. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. There's some concept art out there as well if you want to see what old Pliskin was going to look like. Tanker looks 40s and Plant looks 50s. It's interesting, there are like some subtle differences between how Snake looks on the Tanker compared to the Plant. Like his hair is slightly lighter on the Plant compared to the Tanker.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Why don't you do it?
My favorite thing here is how he can still track you when you leave the room. And the wall hacks. Okay, I think we can continue.
A dud!
What the hell is that?
A dud!
Come, put me out of my misery.
It's impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Gross.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Fuck you, asshole!
Ready, grenades!
A dud! 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 A dud!
Today is another
A
bad
dud.
day.
A dud! A dud!
Is there anyone here that can give me
A dud.
happiness?
A dud! 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 A dud!
Fuck you, asshole!
A dud! A dud! A dud!
Did you like it?
Bisexual.
What a load of bullshit.
A dud!
I'm so
A
sorry,
dud.
my beauties. I'll see you
That's
again someday.
tasty.
Not funny.
A dud! A dud!
What a load of bullshit.
Bisexual.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both
you
of them
like
are at
it?
the bottom of the
Bisexual.
harbor. Looks like your new hosts have
A
a Harrier
dud.
too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
Bisexual.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
you mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations.
A dud!
Raiden, we've had to
What a load
adjust
of
the mission
bullshit.
objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real
What a
or
load
a
of
bad dream, I'll
bullshit.
keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done?
What a load of
Raiden,
bullshit.
you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. All right, chat. We're gonna switch streamers. I need to hand this over to DRK so I can get some rest. Let me save first.
Fuck you, asshole!
And I'll let DRK
Jack, do you need to save?
talk about all this stuff. Let's see here. We'll get a conversation here, I would imagine, with Rose.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it.
Yeah.
How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
All right, guys, just give me a few minutes while I get this save sent over to DRK. I'm just going to play some music for a few minutes while you wait, and then I'll come back to sign off once I have the save sent over and DRK has it up and running properly. I'll be right back. Enjoy the tunes.
That's tasty.
Did you like it?
What a load of bullshit. What a load of bullshit.
Gross. Gross. A whoop.
Did you like it? Did you like it?
Okay, fools. We are ready to switch. As you can see on the screen there, information related to the MGS Con, the MGS Con goal that DRK is doing, raising funds for all the equipment that he needs to use. Thank you to everyone who donated so far as well. I had some very generous donations during my session. But yeah, you can get more information there with the link in chat. And yeah, let me just make sure I don't have anyone else to thank here on my activity feed. Thermal Drill is the last name I see here. I think I'm up to date. Hey, you added the emote. Nice. That is an amazing emote. Perfect for that last theme. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. I'll be back later with some more MGS2, probably. I'll probably be here to finish off MGS2 and to start up 3 at this rate anyway. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, DRK will be picking up right where we left off here with the exact same save file. If you're new to what we do here, we work in shifts. We like 12-hour shifts, roughly speaking. Maybe sometimes a bit less, maybe sometimes a bit more. But yeah, we swap saves and we keep the same playthroughs going. So he'll be picking up right where we left off with the same save. Guys, don't go anywhere. The stream will go down for like 10 seconds, but then it'll be right back with DRK, and I'll see you later. Take it easy, everyone. Don't go anywhere.